Thank you very much, Tom, and thank you very much, everyone, for coming to this virtual meeting of Kensington and Chelsea's Planning Applications Committee this evening. You're very welcome, and thank you for engaging with this important process during this extended difficult period. The government published regulations allowing councils to hold virtual meetings nearly a year ago now, and we'll be following the relevant guidance. My name is Charles O'Connor. I'm the Vice Chairman of the committee and I am chairing this evening's proceedings. I'm joined by 4 of my fellow councillors who, together with me, will be taking the decisions this evening. And if I could please ask each one of the councillors to introduce themselves to everyone present at the meeting. I will call out your names, and if you could just put your camera on, please, and introduce yourself, that would be very kind. First of all, Tom Bennett. And just before you come online, Tom, I'm just going to explain that Tom is going to take over the chairing of the committee for one of the items this evening, Farm Place, where I have to recuse myself. And Tom, I think, will kindly act as vice chairman in case my connection fails and he has to take over. But hopefully that won't happen. So, Tom, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Yep. Good evening, Charles. Good evening, everyone. I'm Tom Bennett. I'm councillor for Redcliffe Ward.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. And next, Councillor Linda Wade, please.
Councillor Linda Wade, Earls Court Ward councillor.
Good evening, Linda.
Thank you very much. And then Councillor Sina Lari, please.
Hello there, this is Councillor London Gulwan Ward.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Janet Evans, please.
Good evening, Chair. Janet Evans, Councillor Courtfield Ward.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. And then we're also joined this evening by a number of council officers, the senior of whom present this evening, I believe, is Lisa Chung, who is the Operational Head of Development Management. Lisa, if you could please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm Lisa Chung and I'm the Head of Development Management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're also joined by, amongst others, Derek Taylor, the Head of the North Area Planning, and Fiona Ray, who are presenting the cases this evening. If you could, Derek, first of all, please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Chairman and Committee. I'm Derek Taylor and I'm presenting the North Area cases this evening.
And good evening. Yeah, good evening from me. My name is Fiona Ray. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And then we're joined by a number of other officers from the legal team and from governance. And thank you very much to you too. If any other officers need to speak, then I will introduce them as we go along. I've been asked to make sure that not too many of us are on video unless it's absolutely necessary. So please switch off your camera unless you're addressing the meeting. I'll try and remind people if they forget to do that, but we'd be grateful if you could do that. If you've attended one of our meetings before, you'll recognise the procedure for considering applications, but I will explain the steps as we go along. However, I'd just like to emphasise at the outset that all councillors have received the reports, the representations and the addenda reports which have been circulated. And I must remind my colleagues that, as ever, we must hear all of the discussion of a case before we can participate in making a decision. So if your connection drops out for more than a second or two, please let me know, and you won't be able to participate in that particular decision. Now, there are some minutes of a previous meeting, which was the meeting on the 13th of October. I've already reviewed those minutes and made some minor changes, I think, or certainly approved those to the governance team. Now, may I have my fellow committee members' approval to sign those as a true and accurate record?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Approve.
Thank you. Now, next, apologies. There are none as far as I'm aware. Is that correct, governance team?
Yes, Chairman, no apologies tonight.
Thank you very much indeed. Declarations of interest. Now, I have a few to make myself, actually. I mentioned already Farm Place, where I need to recuse myself because I know the family who are applying for the development there. So I'm going to stand aside, and Councillor Tom Bennett will take the chair at that point. Then Astwood Mews, out of an abundance of caution, I'm making a declaration that that's where I have my car serviced, in the Mews there, and it is that garage that is the applicant this evening, as I understand it. And then Russell Road, which is, I think, towards the end of the agenda. I noticed that my colleague, Councillor Arian Oretti, has mentioned my name in one of the objection letters. That's the first I knew of it when I saw the objection letter printed in my pack. So just to be clear, that I don't know anything about that objection. He simply mentioned my name in my capacity as a councillor for Holland Ward, and that is not going to affect my judgment on that case at all. Do any of my other councillor colleagues have any declarations of interest or any other declarations that they need to make, please?
I suppose because I'm an objector to Redfield Lane and to 180-182 Earls Court Road.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a good point.
Also, I visited Linden Mews this afternoon.
Right. So with Redfield Lane and Earls Court Road, where you're objecting, you're obviously not taking part in the decision. For
yes.
So for members of the public, you've heard that exchange with Councillor Wade. We'll be down to 4 councillors for those 2 decisions because she is speaking against both those applications, as I understand it. I'm imagining, Linda, that you've visited Linden Mews, but you feel that you're able to participate in the decision. Is that right?
Yes, it was just I didn't understand the drawing, so I wanted to actually see for myself.
Very good. Okay. Well, thank you very much for letting us know. We therefore move to the first item on the agenda. Oh, sorry, I should explain the running order this evening is Redfield Lane first of all, Earls Court Road second, Farm Place third, then Linden Mews, then St Quintin Avenue, then Astwood Mews, then Gilston Road, Bassett Road, Russell Road, Ladbroke Walk, Chepstow Place, and finally Notting Hill Gate. So we'll move please to Redfield Lane, and I believe that is Fiona Ray presenting that, is it?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. First of all, just for this one, I would like to draw members' attention to the addendum report. We've received a further objection to the application since the report was published, and there's some helpful photographs that were included within that. For this application, planning permission is sought for a Juliet balcony to be installed at the rear. I'll just take you through some slides quickly. Here are some photographs of the building as existing, and you can see from the top left-hand image that the door has already been installed without the railings, which will create the Juliet balcony. So that is the opening in question. And the photographs to the right-hand side of the screen show the views out of that building, which is helpful context alongside the objector's photographs submitted as part of the addendum. Just turning to the site location plan, you can see that it's on the southern side of Redfield Lane, and it does fall within the Earls Court Conservation Area. Here are the existing elevations. So this is how the property was before that door was installed. So there was a sash window within that position. You can see on the right-hand image the closet wing going back, and it is that sash window at upper ground floor level that is now a door. So the proposed front and rear elevations are in front of you, and you can see the door opening, but with the Juliet balcony installed. So it's the railings that come across the door to restrict the opening. Turning to the existing floor plans, I've got 3 sets of plans to show you, which will hopefully help the report make sense. So these were the pre-existing plans, so before that door was installed. You can see that at upper ground floor level, so that's the 3rd drawing in, there's a closet wing with the toilet at the back. The proposed floor plans see that being removed, and we can see the new door with the restrictive Juliet balcony beyond. And this is the floor plan of the previous refusal. So a lot of reference in the report talks about this, where you can see that a terrace that you can stand out on was previously proposed. So this is detailed in paragraph 4.3 of the report, where we talk about the balcony. Importantly, the reason for refusal on that was only on privacy grounds. So the loss of privacy to neighbours. Planning permission wasn't refused due to the appearance of the door or the impact of that door on the conservation area. And in elevation terms, we can see the previous refusal there. So the appearance in a kind of 2D form is quite similar to what is proposed now, except there is no platform being created. This one would have created a platform to stand out on. Now we see an enlargement of the existing opening with the insertion of the door and a restrictive barrier going across. Given that there was an existing opening there already, and it's a case of making that opening larger, officers are happy with the application and are recommending approval. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ray. Now, we have a number of speakers registered to speak regarding this application. We've got 2 councillors, as I mentioned, Councillor Linda Wade and another councillor for Earls Court Ward, Malcolm Spalding, speaking against the application, and then we have the applicant's agent, Mr. Moorhen, registered to speak. Councillors, you know the drill. You have 3 minutes shared between you, and I understand that on this one, Councillor Wade, you're speaking first.
The proposed development will not preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. This property has had multiple applications. There are already several terraces and patio available to the residents of this building, and this additional terrace will cause overlooking specifically and a loss of privacy to 7 Redfield Lane and reduce the amenity for residents that back onto Providence Patch. This application, if approved, will legitimise the French windows which were required to be removed. If the committee were minded to approve, there should be a condition that no further amendment or enlargement can be made to this building.
Councillor Spalding, I imagine.
Thank you, Chairman. The conservation area appraisal document for Earls Court Village is very clear. It says on page 37, paragraph 3.4, windows and in particular the pattern of their glazing bars make a significant contribution to the appearance of the elevations of an individual building and can enhance or destroy the unity of the terrace. This French window completely destroys the unity of the glazing of the sash windows. It goes on to say it is important that a single pattern of glazing bars should be retained within any uniform architectural composition. If you look at the predecessors of the CAAs, they were called caps. It's even stricter about this. You have to appreciate that the rear garden here is a small triangle of land. Earls Court Village was the first part historically of Earls Court to be developed in about 1840. And that little triangular patch of land is known as Providence Patch, and it's of absolute incredible conservation amenity value to the residents there. And I think if this were to be granted, it would introduce overlooking, it would destroy the unity of the windows. And finally, if the committee is minded to grant it, could you put a condition on it that the area outside the window shall never be used as a roof terrace? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Well within your time. And now, Mr. Moorhen, if you will, please. You also have 3 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, thank you. This planning application is for a simple Juliet balcony with a glazed timber door at raised ground floor level. This is in place of a window and therefore owning enlargement, not a new opening. The proposed balustrade is black painted metal and a door behind a white timber frame glazed door. Both materials are therefore in keeping with the conservation area and the host building. The rear elevation of Redfield Lane are not consistent and uniform. There is variation to the height of the buildings, windows and door sizes, along with several roof terraces. The applicant property also has a roof terrace atop the rear closet wing, directly over the proposed Juliet balcony position, and a further roof terrace over the main building. The addition of the proposed Juliet balcony is therefore not going to create any new overlooking issues or impact on privacy. It should also be noted that the proposed Juliet balcony is at raised ground floor level, and as such is only approximately 1.5 metres higher than the rear garden of the property. The opening width of the door is only 90 centimetres. This is not therefore going to create an area where occupants can gather or create a source of noise and disturbance that in any way would affect neighbours more than through the general use of the adjacent garden below. The application will have no adverse effect on the conservation area. It will not result in an increased level of overlooking or noise. It is therefore policy compliant and has been recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, colleagues, you have the opportunity, as you know, to put questions to either the objectors or the applicant's agent. Would any of the councillors like to address any questions?
Yes, please.
Councillor Evans.
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Moorhen. We have two conflicting views on the conservation aspect. Can you speak to that? Why it would be so? There would be such a big gap between the two perspectives.
I can try. So I can speak on let's say behalf of my view and the applicant's view. That might not necessarily be a view that's shared, but I believe it's shared with the case officer. When you take the overall appearance of a conservation area, you're looking at not just a single building, but you're looking at, for example, a whole terrace or a whole line of terraces. Like we said, Redfield Lane is not consistent in any way at all. The buildings alter vastly along the length of the road, both in terms of height, scale, window positions, garden levels, door positions. And so if you add a Juliet balcony, as we're proposing, the materials are consistent. The opening of that Juliet balcony is consistent with the window above. Therefore, we're keeping a rhythm and a pattern to the building that we are working on. We can't possibly replicate a pattern to an adjacent building because, like we said, they're all entirely different. And so on that basis, I believe that we are preserving the conservation area.
May I ask the same question of Councillor Spalding?
You may.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Evans. The fact that some of the conservation principles have been breached is no argument to say that developers should just ride a coach and horses to destroy the rest of the conservation area. That's the purpose of conservation, is to halt that from happening. In fact, development is supposed not only to preserve, but it is supposed to enhance the existing conservation area. And they're quite clear in the CAA. It's important that a single pattern of glazing bars should be retained. And then even on the bit about Redfield Lane itself, which is on page 30 of the CAA, in paragraph 3.24, it says a significant alteration has been to number 6, which has seen the construction of an additional story. I mean, this building stands out. It's got all sorts of planning anomalies, and this just adds insult to injury. It does say, of Redfield Lane, the original parts of the terrace have a consistent roof parapet height, but unfortunately some of the cornicing has been lost, and that's due to number 6 already. So the number 6 has already had all sorts of funny anomalies in planning, and this is just yet one more example. And I say enough is enough, and we should respect the professional opinions given in our conservation area appraisals. It's just salami slicing. This premises has just cut and cut and cut and cut into conservation, and this is enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, colleagues? I have a question for Mr. Morgan, and that is, could you just clarify for me, please? I believe the application is for an inwards opening door. So the door that appears in the photograph, which I understand part of the purpose of this application is to seek to retain that door, appears to be outwards opening. I can see the hinges on the outside. Can you just explain that to me? Is that door to be replaced by another door?
The door swing would be changed, so it opens inwards, but the door would be retained. So to clarify, it couldn't open outwards like it's opening now. It would open inwards as shown on the plans.
I see. So the same door, but the hinges reversed.
Same door, but hinges reversed. Correct. Yes.
Thanks. And it's a timber door.
It's a hardwood timber door. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Colleagues, any further questions to the objectors or the applicant's agent? Otherwise, we will move on to questions to the officers.
I have one quick question, Chair, for Councillor Spalding.
Go ahead.
Malcolm, obviously we can't do anything about, as you know, what's happened in the past and breaches that may have occurred in the past. In terms of this, what's quite a limited application. I mean, I haven't seen a picture of the whole of the backs of that side of Redfield Lane, but from what I can tell on Google Maps and from the report, it is quite differing. Is there? So are you saying there still is an existing line of glazing, and is there no other examples of Juliet balconies? Is that part of the reason you're saying it would be so different to what's currently there?
There are photographs, Councillor Bennett, that show the rear elevations, which are enclosed, so they're difficult to see, as you rightly point out. The photographs were taken by residents and they were submitted yesterday. I don't know if they've got into your pack. But the significant thing about this is it's the only window that has been extended down as a Juliet. I mean, if you're minded to think that the conservation pattern has been destroyed, but I mean, you haven't seen it, so you'd have to take advice on that. There is a photograph that was sent in yesterday. It's a photograph 2 and 3 of the pack that the residents forwarded yesterday. Then I would say you have to put a condition on this, that the first floor level top of the ground floor roof, i.e. a potential first floor terrace, which could be accessed through this French window if the Juliet bars were taken away in future, you should put a condition on it that roof shall never be used as a roof terrace, because that would severely cause overlooking into other people's rooms through their glazed roofs, and it would also create overlooking into that very valuable amenity space of Providence Patch. I mean, the future use of a building is not a planning consideration, but what residents are worried about with this building, it's been divided into two already without planning, and they're being let as Airbnbs. And so the residents there who are really living on top of each other with this little green space at the rear are worried about a succession of parties on a roof terrace. That's the root of their worries and objections. So if you granted what appears to be a very innocuous Juliet balcony, the worry is about future use. So I would put a condition on it not to be used as a roof terrace.
Yeah, no, I understand. I have actually. It has come through. I can see that photo now in front of me. Yeah, no, I understand that. Thank you, Malcolm.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Lowry, I think you've got a question. Councillor Lowry?
Okay.
Are you there?
They can't hear me.
No, we can now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Hi,
now.
sorry. Can we go back to the photographs at the beginning of the presentation, please, where we can look out of the area? Great. I noted the officer's response to the objections that it would be unrealistic to say that there would be more overlooking as a result of a Juliet balcony.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? Who are you addressing this question to, please?
The objectors.
Right, thank you.
And I wanted to hear their response to that assertion.
Councillor Wade, perhaps.
I think the principle is that actually these, because of the angle of the houses in Redcliffe Lane, and because there is a conservatory almost immediately below it in the adjacent house, that actually you only have to be at that door and open it and be able to look into the conservatory in the house next door. You can see from the bottom picture on the left how close those houses are at that level. And I've been in the conservatory, and you can just look up. So it's. I think that's the problem. People just feel that they will be overlooked. It's not only just a question of noise; it's a lack of privacy.
Thank you.
Overlooking.
Councillor Spalding, have you got anything to add to Councillor Lowry's question?
If you look at the top right-hand photograph, you can see a gutter black waste pipe with a right angle bend. That's the corner of the roof of the ground floor. If that roof were ever made into a terrace, you can see clearly you could look straight down into the conservatory next door. I think that's the root of the worries, that although it's not shown as such at the moment, other things have happened in this house which have not been done with planning permission. And so once the doorway is there, I think, we've got to, that's the root of the worry of overlooking.
And to clarify, this is to Mr. Moorhen, the Juliet balcony, will it be placed on that ledge?
Yes, no, it won't. It will restrict the door from opening at all outwards. So where, for example, that picture that's just been mentioned that shows the right angle black pipe, you wouldn't be able to take that picture with the railing in place and with the door opening in the opposite direction. The railing will be fixed directly to the rear brickwork of the building. So in a sense, by opening a door and stood there, it would be no different to opening up the sash window that would otherwise be there. In terms of overlooking or loss of privacy, you can see on the top left-hand picture that there is an existing roof terrace to this property directly above this level. So any overlooking is already there. I don't see legitimately how this would worsen that situation at all. I understand the concern about this flat roof area in front potentially being used as a roof terrace, but that quite simply isn't what we're applying for. We're applying to put a railing to restrict that use. And obviously, if that changed in the future, it'd be a new application, which isn't in any way planned at the moment, or it become an enforcement issue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I think that concludes our questions to the objectors and the applicant's agent. So thank you very much to all of you. We'll now move to questions to Mrs. Ray, the presenting officer. I'm going to start that process, if I may. Mrs. Ray, there's this previous refused permission or refused application for a balcony, as we heard on that little bit of flat roof in front of the door. Am I right in thinking that we need to bear in mind, I think that's what you said in your presentation, but I just want to be entirely clear that because we refused that previous application on the basis of loss of privacy, and this new application addresses the loss of privacy, so the only remaining issue is appearance, that we'd be on dangerous ground refusing the present application when the applicant has effectively addressed our concern from the previous application.
Yes, that's officer's conclusion. If you were going to refuse it, it should just be on the same concerns, which is the overlooking, which we believe is addressed. But thinking more widely about the use of the flat roof, you could potentially add a condition to say the flat roof shall not be used as a terrace. As a result of this door being installed, that would be within your gift to give sort of further protection and to overcome those concerns. But refusing it on appearance would be a real risk because there was never a refusal on that point before.
You preempted my next question. It was about a condition to deal with that. So that would be an easy thing to add. Okay. And Councillor Wade raised another potential condition that I think might be a little bit more difficult, saying that if we approved what's before us this evening, we should approve it with a condition that no further amendments or enlargements should ever be made to the property. Could you comment on that, please?
I don't think that would be a reasonable condition because every condition has to meet the tests that are set out within the legislation, and that doesn't relate fully to this development. I'm not convinced it would be enforceable either, so it fails on a few points. I can understand, though, residents' frustration because of the numbers of applications we've received for this site, but we can't preclude anything happening in the future, potentially with different owners.
That's rather what I expected. Okay, colleagues, any other questions to Mrs. Ray? No? Well, we have heard that discussion, and do any colleagues want to raise any points for discussion amongst us councillors before we move to a vote? No. So we have the recommendation before us that the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 10 of this report. And I think, unless anyone says otherwise, and speak now if you disagree, that we should amend that to include the proposed condition of Councillor Spalding that the roof terrace or the flat roof never be or shall not be used as a roof terrace. So I'm going to suggest that we vote on that slightly amended proposal. And could I please hear from, I'm going to ask each of you individually whether you're in favour of the amended motion. So Councillor Bennett.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wade. I beg your pardon, you can't to participate. Councillor Lowry.
In favour of the amendment.
So the proposal as amended.
Yes.
You're in favour, yeah. And Councillor Evans.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'm also in favour of that. So planning permission is granted, but with the condition that the flat roof not be used as a roof terrace. Thank you very much. So we now move to Earls Court Road, and that is also Mrs. Ray.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So planning permission here is sought for the relocation of some plant equipment on rooftop level. And the site relates to the Jollibee restaurant. We do have some live enforcement and environmental health complaints on this site at the moment, and there has been an ongoing odour problem. So this proposal follows discussions with our environmental health team, trying to resolve that and try to overcome it. So in the new application, you'll see from the report in the plans included, I will go through those slides, but it's the plant, the changes, the plant being moved is in the context of existing equipment on top of that flat roof. So we're having plant relocated. For us, it is in a position which is already compromised by plant and therefore a suitable location. So just turning to another photograph that might help explain things, I'll just draw your attention to the box on the right hand side, which I've very crudely highlighted in yellow, because that's what we refer to as the acoustic housing at the site. So within the report, you can see that. Also, just for reference, these photographs are labelled wrong because they're labelled as Naverne Street, but it's actually Naverne Place. But looking at this photograph, that's a view looking back onto Naverne Place. And if you look to the right, that would be Earls Court Road. And I just want to draw members' attention to those boxes with the star kind of bolts. You can see they've got 4 black bolts on them because they are what we refer to as the UVO units in the report. So it gives you an indication of what exactly they look like without lifting the whole acoustic report out. So this is the existing setup on the roof. So that's what we were just looking at. It was a view looking back over towards Naverne Place. And this is the proposed. So the changes are detailed in red. So you can see so the changes and the relocation of the plant bits and pieces, but I'll try and explain it in a bit more detail now. So the green circle, so if you look on the left-hand side plan, that relates to the ESP units, which are currently inside that yellow, that box that I'd highlighted in yellow. So they are being removed from inside that to the outside and onto the flat roof to be in a better location to help reduce the odour. And that's been done in response to an odour specialist's recommendation. The navy blue circle goes around a fan that is within that existing acoustic housing. So again, highlighted in yellow. We refer to that in the report as a fan, which is currently being proposed to be made bigger to help, again, deal with the odour. The pink highlighted are the new filters that will be added inside that existing housing. And then the turquoise, the final colour, is the new UV units. So there's 2 at the moment up on the roof, the ones I highlighted in that photo. And drew your attention to. We're now going to have 4 of those in a different position. So the 2 that are there that don't have permission at the moment, those 2 are to be moved and put in a new position with another 2 units. So that's a very quick summary. In section 6 of the report, we go into a lot more detail about what exactly those different bits and pieces do. But the most important thing is that the open investigations we have by both our enforcement team in environmental health and our enforcement team in planning, those investigations will not close until we have resolved the issues. So this is a step towards getting there, a step towards resolving it, but we won't close their complaints until the odour abatement has been managed and things have been done in accordance with the correct planning approvals. So that concludes my presentation. I hope I've explained it in full, but happy to answer any questions following the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ray. Now we have councillors registered to speak again and a member of the public, Mr. Arnold. And when councillors and a member of the public are speaking together, we extend the 3-minute period to 5 minutes. and it's 5 minutes shared amongst all those people. I understand that Councillor Spalding is going first, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe you have given me and Councillor Wade 3 minutes to share.
Yeah, that's right, and then 2 minutes for Mr. Arnold.
I'll be as quick as I can, brief. I won't look at the smell problem. All the new stuff that's been installed will have to be tested in use. I'll talk about the fan. On your plan diagram, there's something called an acoustic screening housing, and in red at the bottom corner of that, if we could see that slide, there is a #1 extract fan to replace the existing. It's the thing circled next. It's shown in bright red. In the next diagram, it's circled in blue. That blue circle is key to this. It's a new, much more powerful fan. The yellow housing, which is around it, is described as an acoustic enclosure. The fan specification I've got in front of me, it's in your performance and electrical data, and it says it creates 53 decibels of noise. If you look at the very last page of the acoustic engineer's report, which has been submitted by the applicant as evidence, that last page says the following, that if you, they expect at 3 different frequencies, 63, 125 and 250, frequencies, hertz, those are the low frequencies, and the officers said this fits a big fan, it will operate at low frequency. The acoustic report says this acoustic enclosure, full details not available, estimated typical values. They give mitigations of 10, 12, 15 decibels. That means their quoted sound levels of 42, 38 and 28 are in reality, without this yellow acoustic enclosure, are actually 52 dBs and 50 dBs, which is well above the officer's set limit. Could you go to the photograph that you showed of the roof layout? I'm sorry it's so technical, but it's plant. Can we see the photograph? The photograph shows the so-called acoustic enclosure in yellow. Well, look at the top of that. You can see all it is a whole range of louvers, open louvers, with a massive, great loud fan at low frequency. Then look at the proximity of people's terraces, and working on their own submitted decibels, it exceeds the allowed level. This is exactly what we said a year ago when this came up before us, and there's no change. That's the end of my bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Not much time, Councillor Wade. Councillor Wade, are you speaking? Otherwise, we'll move to Mr. Arnold.
All right. Yes, I'm speaking as Chair of Nevern Square Conservation Area, which covers Nevern Place and Spear Mews. This covers half of the problem. The noise is, as Councillor Spalding addressed, but actually we're still not convinced that this is going to be a solution. Jollibee as an organisation and their agents have failed to liaise with the association, which has made this very hard. And we're not convinced that this is actually a long-term solution, because they've never examined the possibility of high-level extract.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to stop you there. Mr. Arnold, if you're here. Mr. Arnold?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now, thank you.
Yeah, the picture that we're looking at of the yellow casing is not really factual, because on the top of that yellow casing is a 12-foot urn-like contraption that's emitting noise. My flat backs onto all the fans. I've got no room where I can go to escape the noise. The noise comes on at 5:45 in the morning and goes off at 11:30 at night. Now, the people in the Jollibees sometimes forget to turn the equipment off. I've been there many occasions to speak to the manager because I can't sleep. And there's not one room in my flat that I can go to escape the noise because all my rooms are facing the equipment. And, you know, in the summer, it's unbearable. I can't open my windows at night. I also, not just for the noise, but for the smells as well. How would you like to, you know, not have a lie-in on a Sunday? I work hard and I can't have a lie-in. And I've had to put up with this for years. There's been 6 different firms that have been in 182 Earls Court Road. And if you check back on the applications, all the applications are saying the same thing. This will enhance smells and you won't suffer from noise, etc., etc., etc. But, you know, we do suffer from noise. And, you know, I can't sleep. And all these other applications are not worth the paper they're written on because, you know, if that's the case, after 20 years with these 6 different firms that have been in that property, why are we still experiencing noise and bad smells? Also, if you look at the roof, all the colossal amount of redundant ducting, when each different company comes in, they put their own more carnage on the roof and they don't remove it. It is annoying. My windows, I can't look out for looking at this.
Your time is up now, Mr. Arnold. But thank you very much indeed.
I'm sorry, but it's just that when I'm suffering lack of sleep, and I'm sorry to go off.
No. Thank you very much indeed for coming along and telling us about it. I'm sorry to hear that. Now, if you just stay there for a second, please, all the objectors, then I will ask my colleagues whether they've got any questions that they want to put to any of you. So, councillor colleagues, do you have any questions for the objectors?
Yes.
Councillor Evans, go ahead.
Yes, I see you would like to have a lie-in at the weekends by reducing the operating times of the equipment. Now, can you be more specific? I feel for you, I must say, but we have to come up with something that falls within the planning laws. So what would you suggest?
Well, this equipment is on 7 days a week. And unfortunately, there's nowhere in my flat that I can retire to escape the noise. So, you know, the weekends on a Saturday or Sunday, I can never have I've not had a lie-in for 20 years. And, you know, if you have to suffer this amount of noise pollution every single day without being able to go to another room within your flat to escape the noise, it really is unbearable. And the only way that would be around it is if they were to, you know, kind of put the fans on at a later time on a Saturday or Sunday. That's, you know, otherwise, you know, we're going to have the same problem. And as I say, you know, there's been 6 applications in the past 20 years, and they've all said the same thing. You know, you won't suffer with noise, you won't suffer with food smells, and it's unbearable. And I'm sorry to go off, but I'd love you to come to my flat and listen to what I have to put up with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other councillors, any questions to the objectors?
Yes, Chair. You know, just following on from Councillor Evans' point, I was just going to ask Councillor Wade or Councillor Spalding if they had any conditions in mind, bearing in mind that, as they know, we have to limit it to this particular application and not to sort of other equipment on the roof. I mean, you're thinking a sort of more effective acoustic shell or something to go around the fan, something like that, maybe?
Councillor Bennett, I think that what we have to consider is the location of the plant. You've got Nevern Place to one side, which actually you've got, if you saw from the pictures, you've got at least 30 units that are actually exposed. So if you think Ivell is about 4 foot away on one side, and then you've got people on the other side of this. You've also got, isn't it, a block in Earls Court Road, and then you've actually got Spear Mews. So it's quite a densely populated area. And I feel that they are operating from quite early in the morning to quite late at night. So I think that the first thing that they do, there should be an inhibitor which stops the plant at night. It can't be going on. They can't go home and forget, which picks up on one of the points that I was going to make, which is we can apply everything as in the planning conditions, but one of the essential problems that we have is actually the maintenance of the kitchen by the staff, and whether they change the filters, whether they turn the lights off, whether they turn off the extraction systems. And that has been some of the problems that we've experienced in the past. So
I mean, if I can help there, well, Councillor Wade, the environmental health officers have been working flat out since that planning application a year ago, where it's virtually the same as this, but the great improvement is in the odour control, and the proof of the pudding of that will be does it suppress the smells? And environmental health can control that because they have established a statutory nuisance due to smells. So I'm not too worried about that. Although it's important, I'm more worried about noise, because this application introduces a stronger and a bigger fan. But that yellow enclosure has never been changed. It's just shown as a plan view. And a year ago, Councillor Wade and I pointed out that there was no planning application for that so-called acoustic enclosure. And it's just louvers open to the air. In the acoustic report, they claim that it's going to, and they say it themselves, the acoustic enclosure on the last page would give a reduction of 10 to 15 decibels. They put a star on that, and in small print at the bottom of the page, it does say full details not available, estimated typical values. So they're estimating that acoustic enclosure brings all of this plant to within the council's set limits. So I'm not sure how you're going to deal with this, because you're not asked to approve an acoustic enclosure because you haven't got anything in front of you. You've got no elevation drawings, you've got no materials, you've got no real measurements. You've only got estimated typical values. And that yellow structure, sorry, Linda, that yellow structure is not part of this planning application. Therefore, they've done nothing in 12 months to improve the situation from what was refused a year ago. Sorry, Linda.
I mean, I think that why we're so frustrated is that we have a company that has spectacularly failed to engage with residents from the get-go. They have caused disruption. They have introduced extraction systems without applying for planning permission. We're still addressing a planning problem that is still from their original startup, which is 3 years ago. And it's essentially that they are operating on different standards. And the smell permeated the whole area. It has prevented people from opening their windows. So this may have actually addressed one part of the problem, but it's only part of the problem.
Okay, thank you very much, Malcolm and Linda. Now I understand the number of issues at play here. I'm just sort of trying to focus on what we are able to do in this committee, but that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that concludes the questions to the objectors, and thank you all very much for coming along. Now we have an opportunity to put questions to officers. I'm going to go first again, if I may. Mrs. Ray, we've heard this discussion, and it's a rather sort of difficult point that we have here. It seems that what this new plant is intended to do is to improve the situation on smells and odours, but what the concern is that it's going to make the problem worse when it comes to noise. And Mr. Arnold, who lives right next door, is going to have the situation worsened for him. And I'd like to know, please, whether you think we have sufficient information before us this evening on noise to address or to decide on this application. And secondly, I'd like to understand what the position would be if we were to refuse the application. I mean, would it mean that the applicant had to go back and come up with a better solution? I realise this is all rather interlinked with our enforcement actions being taken by, I think, environmental health and planning. But if you could provide some commentary on that, that would be very helpful, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So the noise information submitted, I agree with Councillor Spalding that there are some assumptions within it. However, that has been reviewed by our environmental health team, who are actually the ones trying to resolve the noise and odour issues on the site. So Philip Richardson, who everyone here knows quite well, everyone involved at the site, has reviewed that and is happy with the information submitted, subject to the conditions we've suggested. So then we've got a condition on there that brings into play not only the problem of a noise nuisance, should the fan be too loud, but it's also a planning condition that if it is audible above background noise level, we can take action on a breach of condition. So given that whole situation, they have recommended approval subject to conditions and are happy with the information submitted. There are experts on that part. Your question with regard to if it's refused, what happens? I assume it would be refused on insufficient noise information on that basis, but the applicant would then have the right of appeal. So appeals at the moment, they take sort of 6 to 9 months potentially, and so it wouldn't overcome the odour issue whilst they considered the noise issue. I completely understand the residents' frustration. This site has been a challenging one, to say the least, and poor Mr. Arnold and his neighbours have really struggled with it. But this is a step we are hoping will help resolve the odour issues without compromising the noise issues on site. So it's where we've got to with environmental health and with planning enforcement to try and overcome these problems. It is not us trying to close the case down or finish it or end it. If this doesn't resolve it, those enforcement investigations will remain live. If for any reason that flan did cause a noise nuisance, that's a new problem that we could still take control of through the legislation that we have to protect residents. So, I mean, that's all I can say is things will not close down as a result of this being granted if it is granted. We just hope that it will resolve the issues there at the moment. I hope that helps answer the question.
That does help it. Thank you very much. Could I just check one point? You mentioned this new planning condition number 3 that I hadn't focused on previously. Is your point that by including this planning condition, we're actually obtaining more teeth to deal with the noise issue rather than fewer, as it were?
We've got more teeth on the new plant. So the plant we're approving, so the new big fan, the units that you can see in that image in front of you, we have control over that noise. So the existing equipment that could potentially be making noise, it doesn't sort of give us new controls over that equipment. It's just a new plant. And obviously Environmental Health have been down here a number of times, so they've witnessed that noise firsthand.
Is there any way we could strengthen the condition or somehow make it apply to all the plant?
Unfortunately not. We can't, but that doesn't stop us having controls under the Noise and Nuisance Act. So if other plant is causing a noise nuisance, Environmental Health can still take action on those. It's just planning enforcement. We're more limited.
I understand. Colleagues, any questions to Mrs. Ray?
Chair, this is Councillor Lowry.
Go ahead, please.
Chair, I've sat on previous committees where we have rejected applications for similar sorts of plants because it was demonstrable that the noise would be unbearable towards neighbours. I mean, I have three main concerns. First is poor management. We cannot judge who the applicant is, but the fact that they have repeatedly refused to consult is, in my opinion, a planning matter. Number two, I'm concerned about cumulative effect, which is a planning matter. And number three, I'm concerned about the lack of reliability of the report, which alleges that the number of decibels is within RBKC's threshold. I think from the testimonies of ward councillors and neighbours alike, the effect would be unbearable, and I'm really not convinced by the evidence that we have. Finally, I would like to attempt to make an amendment to Part 7 of the report, should this application, should we wish to approve this application in regards to the community infrastructure levy. I would like to make an amendment to add a payment towards our additional infrastructure under the borough's CIL. Chair, that's my point.
Thank you very much. I'll ask Mrs. Ray to deal with those points. I'm just not entirely convinced we're going to be able to add a community infrastructure levy at the committee.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's operates kind of like a tax. It's a charge, and it's not still liable, so we can't make it still liable. That's kind of set out in a different piece of planning policy, if you like. So unfortunately, we can't make it still liable when it's not. Do you want me to add with regard to the noise of the flan, just to highlight a little bit more? Paragraph 6.7 of the report does talk about this and what the environmental health team expect, and that's what explains about the replacement fan, whilst larger, would be better than a high frequency smaller fan going round more and more. So that, I think that's weighed into their assessment of it and why they are as well comfortable with the noise report as submitted. So they've raised no objection.
Chair, could I just check the meaning of condition 3 very quickly with Ms. Ray? Am I reading it correctly in that it says it conditions that background noise cannot increase? So the cumulative effect, so beyond just hearing the individual fan, which you might not be able to do with all the other fans going on, but the cumulative effect cannot get worse or it's in breach of that condition. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. And if the other noise issues are resolved, so the equipment operating on the site, the background noise level will drop. So that will be that will then be the lowest background noise level.
They're not resolved.
So if we can get everything resolved, that fan cannot then be louder than all the other equipment.
Right. Okay. So it continues.
With all due respect, that's what they've said before, and you know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Arnold.
I'm sorry.
We're not glad to hear you at this point. Thank you very much.
So basically, it ratchets down as the rest of the background noise, hopefully in the future, decreases. Then the sort of level at which this piece of equipment can produce noise would also become lower.
Yes, and if that fan were operating at night, say for example, as Mr. Arnold raised a concern about them not turning things off at night, say that was the fan that wasn't turned off at night. If that's audible, we would be able to, as planning and enforcement officers, take action, even if all the others were turned off and the background noise level had dropped as a result.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
And Mrs. Ray, one further question from me. We discussed this point of the plant that we're being asked to approve here being required to be turned off at weekends and possibly late at night. Is there anything in that we could do to strengthen the teeth?
Unfortunately not, because we've got the existing use is already there and operating. So the plant would probably need to align with the use, because if we then had things like the fans turned off whilst it was operating, it could potentially cause more odour nuisance. It's kind of wrapping into licensing there. But I do completely understand Councillor Wade's concerns about the maintenance, and so that's why the officer did contact Environmental Health and talk to them about the maintenance. And in the report, we explain that the maintenance of these fans will be done by a separate company. Turning them off and things like that, it's again not something we can insist on, because it should be done anyway. But if they don't turn them off, we have those conditions about the noise, vibration that they will have to deal with. But I can't think of any easy way of limiting the hours of use, unfortunately, because it's an established use. So in planning terms, I think we're in a difficult position.
Right. Well, thank you very much for that. So, colleagues, you've heard the rather tricky issues before us on this application. We've got an application for additional plant, which ostensibly seeks to cure another problem, but may introduce a problem in its own right. It strikes me that we're in a difficult position, but that what we probably have to do is rely on the other functions of the council, such as the environmental health and sort of noise nuisance team. Even though that may seem a rather unsatisfactory solution, they have thresholds which they can take action against the applicant. And I suspect from a planning perspective that this additional plant application is probably in planning terms acceptable. But of course that's up to individual councillors to vote as they see fit. But unless anyone wants to comment, I'm going to put this to the vote. Right, so the recommendation before us is the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. And can I hear from each of the councillors, please? Councillor Lowry.
I'm against the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bennett.
In favour of the recommendation, Chairman.
Councillor Evans.
I will have to abstain.
And Councillor Wade can't participate, and I am in favour of the recommendation. So the planning permission is granted on that basis, with 2 in favour, 1 abstention and 1 against. Thank you very much. Now we move next to Farm Place, and this is, as you know, where I need to recuse myself. So I'm going to turn off my camera and step away from the meeting for a second, and Councillor Tom Bennett is going to take the chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Charles. So I'm now taken the chair, and I will hand over immediately to Mr. Taylor to present the case.
Sorry, I'll just unmute myself and start again. Thank you, Chairman. As usual, I'll show you some slides now to introduce the case. The first slide, which hopefully everybody can see, is the Farm Place elevation to the property. You'll have noted from the report that the property is called Farm Cottage, and it fronts onto Farm Place in the sense that the doorway that you can see to the left there, the sort of pink purple door, is the entrance to the property. the other elevation is on Uxbridge Street. So geographically, you could describe it as number 6 Uxbridge Street, although the application is under the name Farm Cottage. In front of you there, you see beside the front door, you can see the existing garage door, and that is proposed to be replaced by a window. The slide that I'm showing you there shows how that elevation would change, that the entrance door is still in the same position, but beside that now, instead of the garage door, you see that there's a set of railings and there's a timber sash window behind the railings. That photograph is taken looking vertically down the rear elevation of Farm Cottage, and you can see there the rear terrace of number 8 Uxbridge Street on the left side of the image, and on the right hand side of the image you can see the pavement at Farm Place. You can note there that both number 6 and number 8 have glazed roof lights that allow daylight down to lower ground floor accommodation, and then they both have sort of terraces above that. That's just a slightly different angle. That's now taken from the upper part of the rear elevation of number 8, and you see the application property there on the right hand side of the image. That's probably a better one to understand the light well that exists in the application property, with the skylights at its base to allow light down to the lower ground floor level. That is the light well that's proposed to be infilled in the planning application. And that's now taken from the rear terrace of number 8, looking towards the application property. You'll see there that there's a frosted glass screen separating the light well of the rear yard of number 8 from the light well of Farm Cottage. Now, an important point to note here is if you look at the brick wall towards the left-hand side of the photograph and the balustrade on top of that, I'll return to that in a minute, but keep that fixed in your mind just for the moment. And that's a photograph taken from the inside of Farm Cottage, looking out into the well where the infill extension would go. That's a plan of the rear terrace, so you can see there towards the left the line of the railing as it surrounds the existing light well, and it shows you the layout of the existing terrace. And then that plan shows you the glazed or structural glazed roof lights above the infill, and then the terrace railings have been squared off in comparison with the existing. So the existing railings have a sort of chamfered section, and the proposed railings are squared off. Now, this image is important for me to dwell on just for a little bit, because if you look at the annotation towards the top part of the image, you can see it says new railing to match the ground floor railing. And then there's an arrow pointing left to the boundary with number 8, as well as across to the Farm Place boundary. Since the presentation was prepared and since these drawings were submitted, that there have been further conversations, as sometimes happens with planning applications. And I've actually had sight of new drawings prepared today that show on the left-hand side the annotation and the drawing has changed to show the brick wall and the balustrade retained. So to go back to that image briefly, the drawings that have been prepared, and I have seen them today myself, show the brick wall and the balustrade on the left-hand side of the image retained as they are now, which I think that's one of the important points that the neighbours at number 8 have been discussing in their letters that you will have seen. The difficulty is at this stage in the process, although it's obviously welcome that agreement has been reached over retaining the wall and the balustrade, it's just a little bit late to submit new drawings, and obviously the drawings have not been in the public domain and the neighbours haven't had a chance to see them yet. So what I would propose, if you're minded to grant permission, when you assess it, is there's a condition that could actually deal with that. And a condition would require the submission of the drawings that I've already seen. And that would give the neighbours a chance to comment further. And that would be for the approval of the planning authority. But that the retaining the wall and the balustrade could be secured by condition. And that section would no longer apply. But the section as shown there shows the profile for the light well as proposed at the moment. And that's a long section taken through. You'll note that it's the excavation is actually at the rear of the property to fully enlarge the lower ground floor level, and that's the basement excavation that's discussed in the report. And then the lower floor is dropped by 400 millimeters across the length of the property. And that just shows you the proposed ground floor and lower ground floor plans. There's a lot going on there in the floor plan, so I appreciate it's a bit difficult to read at this resolution. But that essentially shows how the ground floor would be laid out and the lower ground floor beneath it, retaining the light well in the position where it is at the moment. And that was the last slide, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. I'll now hand over to objectors. I believe we just have one objector. So you have 3 minutes to make your objection. Ms. Fisher, can you hear us okay? Are you online?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So, yep, you have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you very much. I should start by saying that I am one of the, with my husband, the owners of number 8 Uxbridge Street. So we are the people most directly affected by this development. The first thing I would say is that we appreciate and understand that the applicants are a family with 2 growing children, and they want to adapt the property to suit their needs. So our overall position is that we are sympathetic to them. However, we have some objections to small aspects of the proposed project because we believe they damage the privacy and quiet enjoyment of both number 8 Uxbridge Street and Farm Cottage itself. Some of these have already been dealt with in the recommendations in the report that you have, and we are grateful for these. However, there is one particular point I would like to draw to your attention. The applicants wish to enlarge their internal space by bringing in a section that's currently open air into an expanded hall area. We do not object to this in principle. However, they wish to make the roof of this extension a large pane of clear glass. This is what we object to. Clear glass will allow anybody standing in the proposed Farm Cottage area hall to look directly up the back of number 8. These rooms at the back of number 8 are bathrooms and bedrooms, so privacy and the perception of privacy is particularly important. In addition, it would allow anybody in the rear rooms of number 8 to look directly and without obstruction into the new hall of Farm Cottage. This compromises their privacy too, and when the lights are on in either property, the view would be even clearer. We have no desire to look into Farm Cottage or being perceived as having the opportunity to do so. I'm sure they have no desire to look into our house or being perceived and having the same opportunity. Many people say that good fences make good neighbours because they protect privacy and avoid misunderstandings, and this is what we are seeking. We therefore request that it be a condition of planning permission, if you choose to grant permission for this development, that this roof be made of obscured glass. The application says that the purpose of this glass roof is to provide daylight for the new hall. Obscured glass would fill this need while safeguarding the privacy of both sides, avoiding misperceptions and fostering long-term better relations. In addition, the committee might wish to note that, as you've seen in the photographs, part of the boundary between the two properties is made of a panel of obscured glass. This shows that obscured glass provides a satisfactory compromise. Finally, one other small point. I would request that it be a condition of permission, if it is granted, that this new flat roof never be incorporated into the terrace as a walk-on facility. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. And we now have the applicant joining us, Ms. Poole. Are you online? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. You also have 3 minutes, so when you're ready.
Okay. I'm actually the architect for the owners of Farm Cottage, and we've been working on this project for nearly 2.5 years, and we have had to produce extremely rigorous and thorough reports relating to this application. It is actually, I think there's been quite a lot of misunderstanding about it. We're not doing a full basement excavation at all. We're just lowering the floor level. And it seems that the traffic report was incorrect in this. It's not going to take 18 weeks with spoil being taken out. It's only going to take 3 to 4 weeks. The clients would definitely like to have a clear glass panel. We have taken photographs from that courtyard which show that we cannot look into the windows of the adjoining building. There is an existing roof terrace which we are not altering in any way, which gives a lot more views into the neighbouring property and to look in the windows if that is a concern. But we did submit photographs, and the Ms. Fisher has also submitted photographs on her objection to it, but they weren't taken from our property. I think they were taken from a neighbouring property, so they give rather a false view in our opinion. She also has clear glass roof lights in her basement. She hasn't got obscure glass, so obscure glass does not give the same degree of daylight, and it's rather, in our opinion, claustrophobic. So we would very much prefer to have clear glass. There is a differential in the floor levels between the two properties, so we're not increasing the height on the boundary at all. And the bottle balustrade, which we never actually really wanted to remove, but it was the planning officer asked us to in the first instance because it was too because they felt it wasn't characteristic of the property. So, but we have reinstated it today because I don't think the intention really would ever be to remove it. And it is about at eye level, and it is also see-through, but is planting. This is actually, it is a very complicated little scheme, but it is not, there are very little spaces involved, but they are of huge benefit to my clients, and it will enable them to stay in the property. They've got 2 very young children, aged 4 and 1.5, and this is very important to them. It gives them an extra bedroom and facilities of a hall, which they haven't got at the moment. So that's all.
Thank you very much. So I'll hand over to colleagues now. Do you have any questions for the applicant or the objector? Yeah, Councillor Wade.
I have a couple of questions. I'm interested to see that you've actually, in the plans, removing the balustrade from the, I think it's the Farm Street elevation. I just wondered why and how, whether that was necessary. Also, the CTMP. In the original drawings, Mr. Taylor, I think those balustrades seem to be original. I just wondered why they were being removed.
They were being removed because we were asked in the pre-application advice, we were advised to remove them, and also the pediment to the door. My clients don't really want to remove them, and they may well not do it because they don't have to implement all of the planning application, and if they had to stay they would be perfectly happy. I think at one time it was felt that there would be more light going through into 8 Uxbridge Street if they were removed, but we had a daylight and sunlight study done, and actually it makes no difference whatsoever. The development makes no difference to the light and daylight.
Ms. Paul, do you know how old those balustrades are?
I don't, actually, I don't, because the property was changed. It was the, the back was sort of altered. I think there were originally sort of servants' quarters in the basement, and this roof terrace was put on afterwards, but I don't know when.
All right.
But it's not original with the property. The architecture is not consistent with the nature of the property. But I agree with you. I think they are quite attractive, these wonderful balustrades.
A lot of going through the documentation that's come through from local residents. The CTMP is a potential problem because those streets are very narrow. And I just wondered, you say it's not 18 weeks, it's now 3 to 4 weeks.
Yes.
Do you know how many loads per day? Have you got any idea?
Well, this has only come up today because I noticed, I wrote to the, I got in touch with the firm who prepared the CTMP and said, how can this possibly be? We're not really excavating very much. And when he sent it back, he said he'd allowed for 4 meters of excavation at the rear and 2 meters the rest. We're only going down about 750. So we've got 41 cubic meters, and that would take 3 to 4 weeks of excavation. And we're planning to use a small but very good builder, and there will not be big lorries going down there. There will be vans, I should imagine. There will only be 1 or 2 a day maximum, because they each of the, I think the van that they've allowed for is the size of a sort of Range Rover, so it will take 1 cubic meter of spoil.
I presume, Councillor Bennett, that actually the CTMP should come back to committee, given the fact that there are constraints on the width of the road, and a lot of objections from residents were based on the CTMP.
But
sorry, there is a condition, I believe. I mean, this is only a draft, and as I understand it from the firm who prepared it, they said it's very unusual to have this for this type of development if there is so little actual excavation. But yes, there certainly will be a final one, and I've been in touch with the Residents Association as well. They didn't reply, but they will be consulted, but they weren't on the council's list for consultees at the time when they carried out the draft CTMP.
Councillor Wade, perhaps you'd like to raise that with officers in the next section of the meeting. That might be useful. Any more questions?
No.
No. Do any other colleagues have questions of the applicant or the objector? No. Well, I'll just ask one very quickly to Mrs. Fisher regarding the overlooking aspect via if there's clear glass in as has been applied for clear glass plane. Yes, exactly there in that picture there. The applicant made the point, Ms. Poole made the point that any views which could be any views which would exist through the clear glass plane would also exist, and indeed would exist to a much greater extent for anyone standing on the terrace there. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, if somebody is standing on the terrace, you can see them there.
Yeah,
if they're down in the hall, you can't see them.
Yeah, so I suppose the point is, if by having clear glass there, the applicant's saying that there's no existing view, no new views which don't exist already, because anyone can go and stand on that terrace right now in any case. So there's no new views being introduced is the point.
Yes, you can see if somebody's watching you if they're on the terrace. You can't see if somebody's watching you in the hall. I think the other point that I would bring out is that in the actual planning, design and access statement submitted by the architects, one of the reasons it gives for having the glass roof is that, and I'm quoting here, gives a view of the roof terrace and the planting above. Now, it seems to me that if from that space with the raised glass roof, which will bring it closer up, you can see their roof terrace and their planting, you will have a clear line of sight into the back of Uxbridge Street as well.
Yes, well,
I mean, the other thing I would say is that the photo that they have, obviously, you know, the photos are obviously only give a rough idea, but the photos also submitted as part of the application. I would also, as the architect has contested the angle that we submitted, I would contest the angle that they have submitted because it's too low.
Yeah.
And so the angle is too acute, whereas in reality, it would not be so acute.
No, thank you. I see your point, but I'm still not convinced because there would be no new views that that it necessarily becomes a matter for refusal. But that's helpful. Thank you.
I'm not asking for refusal.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
for
the condition.
A small change, a condition.
Sorry. Yeah, you're absolutely right. For condition. But but I will raise it with officers. That's helpful. Thank you very much.
Chair, sorry, very, very quickly, apart from the condition desired about the clear versus opaque glass and the CTMP coming back to committee, which is what Councillor Wade proposed, is there anything else which, Ms. Fisher, you think we've missed out in potential conditions to add, which would be desirable to you to make this acceptable?
Yes, that space, which will become flush with the paving stones that you can see, should not be added into the roof terrace. Because it says structural glass, and it's quite a small change from structural glass to walk-on glass.
The well.
Yeah, you see that light well is going to be raised up so it becomes flush with the level of the paving stones. So it would be quite easy simply by taking away those thin black railings. If you go back to the photo, to incorporate it there. You see, you could bring those railings forward. The top photo actually shows it better. The photo from the top. Yeah, you see, bring those that space. There will be a wall where the vertical glass panel is. That'll be a brick wall. There will be a pane of glass, obscured or otherwise, depending on what you decide, which will be level with the stone tiles that they have on their terrace at the moment. Now, in theory, that could easily become part of the terrace, which would mean that literally they could knock on our windows and have their feet on their terrace.
I have to say, I always have no objection to that condition because there is no intention to use that as a terrace. But I don't know if you realise also the floor level is dropped. So when inside there, you really cannot see into those windows from, as you can see from the photograph that we have on P9. I don't know. Can you see into the property from your basement, Ms. Fisher? Into our
sorry, I'm sorry, Ms. Paul, we can't have questions across from objectors to applicants or vice versa. But I think the point is well understood, and I think we can absolutely discuss that with officers in the next section of the meeting. Do any other colleagues have questions of either the objector or the applicant? No. Okay, fantastic. Well, we'll move to questions to officers. And thank you, Ms. Poole and Mrs. Fisher, for your time. I will start, if that's all right. So, Mr. Taylor, just covering one by one the suggested conditions there. If we start with the suggested condition that the clear glass becomes sort of translucent or opaque glass. My taking of it was that there aren't actually new views being introduced into the neighbouring property by the clear glass because anyone standing on the terrace would have even better views. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, yes, Chairman. In fact, I actually agree with your take on that issue. I totally understand the neighbour's objective, obviously, to minimise any overlooking that could occur. The existing terrace is crucial, though, in understanding this, and I think the views that are already possible to be had from the existing terrace would be much more incisive in terms of angle of view and in terms of loss of privacy than anything that one could gain by standing in the hall, as you see on the drawing there at the moment, and looking upwards. The roof light would actually be quite close to the main rear wall of the property, so the angle of upward view would be quite acute. In fact, I don't think you'd see very much more than the reflection off the glass of number 8 because of that angle. If you could see through the glass, you'd see the ceiling of the room that you were looking into. But I think it wouldn't be a natural view to have from the hall looking straight up, craning your neck up to see the rear elevation. On the other hand, views that can be had already from the terrace, obviously, because of the angle, one can stand much further out on the terrace towards the back end of the terrace and have a much more incisive view. So my own take on that is that the proposal wouldn't actually enable any more incisive views than could take place at the moment.
Yeah, that's helpful, and it's more or less what I was thinking. Thank you. So then moving on to the next one, it's been suggested by Ms. Fisher that we condition so that glass pane light well cannot turn into a terrace. It can't be walked upon. Is that that seems reasonable, and the applicant seemed open to that as well. Would that be a reasonable condition to put on?
Yes, certainly, Chairman. I don't see any objection to that at all. We've heard the applicant's position that they're not intending to use it as a terrace, but to put that beyond question, obviously properties can change hands as well. So just to put that beyond question, a condition precluding any terrace use of that space would be acceptable. Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. And then the final one, which you suggested in your presentation, which I think is sensible as well, is, and again, the applicant seems amenable to, so it shouldn't be too controversial, is to keep the existing wall and balustrades on the sort of wall neighbouring number 8. So I think I would suggest, if colleagues are amenable to that we add that condition as well. Do any other colleagues disagree with either of those conditions?
No, Chair, but with permission of Councillor, if Councillor Wade would be happy to second, it was her idea in the first place to bring the CTMP back to committee. I would like to propose that. Or second.
I really am. I'm very keen on a CTMP in those streets. They are very narrow, and they can easily get obstructed. And so I think that it's not only the size of the vehicle, but the times of loading, how many loads. But I think it's got to be thought out in order to be able to reduce the impact on residents. It's, there are a lot of cars parked in very narrow streets, and you can see people trying to park there, causing damage to vehicles quite routinely. So I think it's something that should be taken into consideration and has been raised by a number of residents.
So, Mr. Taylor, could you comment on that? What's the level of detail in the CTMP at the moment, and some of the issues which Councillor Wade has raised? Are they a risk?
Well, Chairman, clearly Hillgate Village has narrow roads, and any construction traffic would have to be very, very careful as it manoeuvres through the area. The existing CTMP is a draft CTMP. The condition as recommended anyway requires a final stage CTMP. and the applicants can take account of all of the conversation they'll have heard this evening in preparing that. The final stage CTMP is obviously available anyway for public comments as well for 21 days. And I think ought to be able to cope with everything. There is an informative recommended at the moment, which is Informative 8, which already recommends, this is from our highways officers, recommends that the proposed routing should be changed so that the exit should be left onto Uxbridge Street and right onto Camden Hill Road and then back down to Notting Hill Gate. So that shows us that our highways officers have already thought that through. And that will obviously be reflected in the final stage CTMP.
Can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think what I'm concerned about is there was clearly an issue around consultation, and the village wasn't consulted until, or considered or recognised for consultation. I think when it comes to a CTMP, it's not just one street that is actually going to be infected. And I think that we do need to be transparent about this. Or, and also there are other businesses that may come. There are some businesses in those streets as well. So I just think that consultation over this is very important, and we need to be transparent about it.
I agree. Can I formally propose that? And if Councillor Wade could second, so we can just put it to a vote. And if you're in favour of consultation, please vote with us. If you're against, then vote against. But can it be put it to a vote?
So I wouldn't go as far, Councillor Lowry, as to make it a vote about whether we're in favour of consultation or not. As Mr. Taylor said, there absolutely will be consultation. But if both Councillor Wade and Councillor Lowry do wish to put the bringing this back, the CTMP back to committee to a vote, then obviously I'm happy to allow that to go to a vote. As Councillor Wade, were you reassured by what Mr. Taylor said, or would you like to take that additional step of bringing it back?
I feel that there's it's better to go to for it to come back. And I think it's better for it to be open and transparent. So I'd like it to come back to committee, please.
Okay, so I'll just ask, we have a legal officer on the, sorry, I forget which legal officer is joining us today, but if they could provide some advice, do we, on this, can we just put it straight to a vote to, if we were to approve that the CTMP come back to committee?
Hello, Councillor Ross Fletcher from Moogle here. Yes,
thanks,
that's correct. That's correct. If you just put it to a vote and second that, then you can vote on whether you want to include that as an additional condition.
Okay.
I would like to propose it. Would Councillor Lowry second me?
I'll second you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So therefore goes to vote. So I'll take the easy ones first. Councillor Wade, I assume you're in favour of your own motion.
Please.
Yes, and Councillor Lowry?
In favour.
Yeah. Councillor Evans?
In favour.
And I'll abstain on that. So that's passed. So we have both that condition that the CTMP come back to committee. I'm also going to suggest that we add the two conditions I discussed with Mr. Taylor, that the glass light well not be used as a terrace, cannot be used as a terrace, and that the wall and balustrades that adjoin the neighbouring property are retained. Do any councillors disagree that we should add those two conditions to the proposal? Nope. Fantastic. Well, so we'll put it to a vote then. So the recommendation is to approve. We're amending it with those three conditions on the. I'll just check in first with Mr. Fletcher. Do I need any more detail than that, or can I go straight to a vote?
No, you can go straight to a vote because they're all agreed.
Fantastic. So with those three conditions, The recommendation is to approve. Councillor Wade, how do you vote?
Approve.
Approve. Councillor Lowry?
In favour.
Councillor Evans?
Approve.
And I'm in favour as well, so that's 4 in favour and 0 against, so the motion is passed. And with that, I will hand the chair back to Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you very much indeed, Tom. Much appreciated. So now we move to Linden Mews, and presenting this as, I think, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, as you'll have seen from the report, this application proposes to demolish a pair of wooden gates at the western end of Linden Mews and to replace them with a stock brick wall. The first slide I thought I'd show you, it's actually in your pack, but I thought it'd just be useful for everyone to remind themselves on the screen. The red arrow that I've added to the slide indicates the wall at the western end of Linden Mews that's proposed to be, or rather, I should say the boundary at the western end that's proposed to be changed to a wall. You can see there the relationship between the western end of Linden Mews, as indicated by the red arrow, and then the large green space that you see to the west and southwest of that actually backs on down to Notting Hill Gate. And I think we'll hear more about that shortly. But I thought this slide was just useful to understand the relationship between the rear of the Notting Hill Gate properties at the southern part of that piece of land, and then how Linden Mews backs onto the sort of northeast corner of that piece of land. And the next slide, I mean, that's the key slide, really. So at the western end of Linden Mews at the moment, that there are these two white painted timber gates. You can see that the right-hand gates still have black hinges. The left-hand gates are obviously fixed in place, but they retain a very similar appearance. And you'll note that there are planters and bollards in front of the gates. And you'll also note that there are two pedestrian gates within the larger gates to provide pedestrian access through to the land at the back. So the proposal before you is to demolish and remove the gates as you see there, and then replace them with a solid brick wall. You'll see in the proposed drawing there, you'll see the bollards reinstated in front, and then the brick wall and the piers behind. Those are the existing brick posts on the sides, and then obviously new brickwork at the centre. So the existing gates would change to a brick wall. And that's the last slide, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Taylor. And now we have two objectors registered to speak. We've got Mr. Harper on behalf of Nando's and Mr. Irons. So between you have 3 minutes, and it's up to you who goes first, and I will let you know when your time is up.
Good evening, Chairman and Committee, and thank you for your work on our behalf. Going first, my name is Mr. Irons. I'm a resident of number 5 Linden Mews, which has a watering can hanging outside it to try to discourage the foxes. Now, please forgive me reading this, but I want to be both concise and within my time limit. This is a curious application made by the 2 directors of Linden Mews Limited, neither of whom live in the Mews, one residing in France and the other, a Swiss national, in Switzerland. I have read the inspector's report and followed his legal niceties. Nevertheless, I am convinced this application brings no benefit to the Mews or to its residents, either aesthetically, socially, or in terms of their security, never mind its legality. Architecturally, it would be less interesting than what exists, which is tongue and groove gates interspersed with London stock brick pillars, continuing the style which runs round the rest of the mews. Practically, a continuous brick wall would prevent the owners of the gardens behind, as in the past when permission has been granted out of good neighbourliness, from removing garden waste, tree pruning of the listed trees within, and on occasion moving pieces of furniture too large for the narrow front doors. So both socially and domestically, a wall would be a regressive step. More worryingly, a solid wall would block the time-established fire escape from the rear of Nando's restaurant. This agreement has been in their deeds for 20 years. Their consultant can talk about this tonight, although Linden Mews Limited deny its existence. So whether or not it can be proved that the right of way exists, when a fire is raging, escape is essential, and I suspect such niceties will seem irrelevant. I'm not in a position to argue the legal minutiae over whether the listed entrance arch can or should be seen at the same time as the proposed wall. But I do know that ambience and character are made up of many small elements, which while on their own may seem unimportant, when put together have great effect. God, as they say, is in the detail. London's mews are a unique architectural feature of our city. They have their own style, redolent of times past with horses and carriages and haylofts above the cobbles. In time, the nicest of them, such as Linden Mews, have become safe havens of mutually supportive family communities, a happy place to live. The handsome pillars and large gates mirrored by the garage doors around the courtyard are part and parcel of the ambience as you enter the mews under the ornate and listed gateway. A plain brick wall, while perhaps pleasing to the ordered Swiss mind, would be a loss to the charm and usage of this quiet corner. And it is, as you will note from the objections of the permanent resident freeholders, not wanted.
I'm afraid you're very slightly over your time.
I'm just coming to my end, sorry, I'll speak faster. I think we would all agree that good planning should improve our neighbourhoods, both aesthetically and socially, constantly working to make our environment a more pleasant place for all who live in it, while improving the heritage we leave for future generations. The planning officer admits that in his opinion, sight unseen, the building of this wall would have a neutral effect and so should be allowed. I hope I have reasoned in my limited time that its negative impact would far outweigh such apparent neutrality, and as such I hope the committee will agree with me and my fellow residents that this application should be rejected. Thank you for your interest and for your time.
Thank you very much indeed. And Mr. Harper, I'm just going to afford you a very short time, so I'm afraid Mr. Irons has taken up most of the time, but we'll hear you very briefly.
Thank you. No, that's absolutely fine. I act for Nando's, and as Mr. Irons has identified there is a legal right of way for means of escape in case of fire or other emergency across the land to the rear that the officer identified, connecting the restaurant to the mews. That has been in existence for at least 20 years, to be clear, but obviously it's been specific to Nando's for 20 years. I accept that that's not necessarily a planning consideration, but nevertheless, blocking that access, which the applicant denies exists, but I have legal papers to prove that it does, will be, would obviously be unlawful in terms of property law, and will be challenged by Nando's in the form of an injunction through their property solicitors, Glovers, if the case or if the need arises. I think that's probably all I need to say on it.
Good. Well, thank you very much indeed. That's very helpful from both of you. If you'd be kind enough to stay there for a second, and I'll see if any of my colleagues have any questions for you. Colleagues, questions to Mr. Irons or Mr. Harper? I should add, first of all, that we don't, of course, have anyone registered to speak on behalf of the applicant, so we're not able to ask them any questions or to hear them. I, in fact, did have some questions for them, but they're not here. So, colleagues, questions to the objectors who are here?
Sure. Oh, sorry. Councillor Wade can go first.
Councillor Wade first, if you will.
All right, I do have some comments. I think that this picture is actually slightly limiting. Insofar as you don't actually see these two gates in the context of the Mews itself. The two gates are very much part of the setting of the Mews. So I think that I was quite surprised that when I went there, that it's very much a part of the architectural feel of the Mews. Also that I understand that there are gardens behind there. And actually that would actually limit people being able to take their garden waste and the tree waste out. And they, I was talking to some people who were pruning stuff, and they said they would have to take it out through their kitchens. So I think that as an amenity and a part of history, I think that it would be regrettable.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wade. It's more of a statement. I don't think that's you're expecting a response from either of the objectors to that. But Councillor Lowry, I think you want to ask a question.
Well, I mean, I thought Mr. Irons' explanation was very thorough. I mean, my concern is also on the aesthetics of this application. I wanted their views on how this might enhance the conservation area. I'm struggling to see it as I can with my papers and with the photographs, but do they have any comments on the aesthetics and how that relates to architectural quality in the conservation area?
Who's that to?
Is that to a?
You go,
it's to both of you. If you wish to comment.
Well, I feel the existing boundary gates that they're of the same period. The hinges are made by the same people in Lambeth as make the hinges on the doors of the other Mews houses. It's all of one. It's cohesive. So architecturally, I think personally that a wall built across would be like the slap in the face for you. It's not part of the Mews. Architecturally, I think they're sort of dead right. They line up with the top of the windows as they should do. You can't see the rest of the Mews, but I think they're quite pleasant and I like them.
Could I?
Mr. Harper?
I think. I mean, obviously, we're objecting on a slightly different front, but as a planning consultant and someone who deals a lot with heritage, I would agree entirely with Mr. Irons. I think the gates provide relief across, what is a relatively wide opening, and I think to replace that with just an expanse of brick, we talk a lot about dead facades and active frontages and a massive brick at the end of a Mews, which of course could be planted and what have you, but reality, it is never going to look as characterful and as suitable as the existing arrangement. And I think that picture tells a lot. A number of people have talked about views around the Mews and appreciating that as a whole, which isn't evident from that picture. But I think from that photo alone, you can see that there's some character and some thought gone into the appearance of the treatment of that elevation, and again, it's another reason that should be maintained.
I appreciate that perspective. I know you spoke about the accessibility and the ownership, but that's another angle which is a planning consideration, which is useful for us to explore.
Mm.
Thank you. I have a question, Mr. Irons. I unfortunately wasn't able to make it to come and look at the Mews in person. I don't think I've ever been in to the Mews, but I understand that there is a listed arch that you enter the Mews through. I'd be interested to know whether anywhere in the Mews you can see both the arch and these gates or the proposed wall at the same time.
Yes, there is. you stand, if you so to speak, in the armpit of the L, and you can see where it's quite easy to see both. You have to turn your head a little bit, but then you have to turn your head between Winston Churchill and the Houses of Parliament to see them both at the same time if you're standing between them. So yes, you can see both, but I think it's overall ambience which one's talking about. There's a beautiful arch into the Mews. It's a fantastic Mews which has been over the last 20 years really developed beautifully, and as we would hope all historic, even though poor buildings in a way in London should develop. And I think this wall would be bland, out of keeping, and I can't see any upside of it at all.
Mm. And I'd be interested as well in the paintwork. I see it, what appears to be the window of your house has the black paintwork around the outside, and then the slightly off-white windows, similar to the existing doors. Is that the case all the way around the Mews?
No, the Mews are different colours. Some of them I think there's one still left, or maybe it's two, that are black painted. All the woodwork is painted black. The others have various slightly different creams with black surrounds, or dark green. It is, in fact, it doesn't come out dark green, but yeah. So there is a cohesion, even though there are two Mews which are black painted.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, well, colleagues, any further questions to either of the objectors?
Yes, I have a question, please.
Councillor Evans.
Good evening. I would like to know, are the doors accessible? I see there are things in front of them. Do they open into the Mews?
The doors open into the gardens, both of them.
Gardens, okay.
Yeah, they open sort of away from as we're looking.
And I was looking through the papers. Does it create any kind of security issue to you?
No, I'm afraid people and foxes can climb either these gates or the wall as it comes. We just hope that people don't, but we don't want barbed wire on the top. You know.
But there's no real justification for putting the walls up. There's no security issue or anything.
None at all. None at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. Councillor Wade.
I'm sorry, I can only see Sam H. If Nando's have a right of way, looking at the map, do any other businesses have a right of way? Because presumably across that space, because looking at the plan, there's quite a large garden area, and there are a number of buildings on, yes, that's the one, thank you. There are a number of buildings on Notting Hill Gate that back onto that bit of garden. Do you know whether they have a right of way as well?
Before you answer that, Mr. Harper, I'm just going to jump in to say we will hear you on that, but you just all have to be entirely clear that rights of way are not matters under consideration from a planning perspective.
Sorry.
But let's hear your answer.
Well, Nando's occupy 58 to 60, so of the two main properties that back up to the space. I can't speak for any of the other units, I'm afraid. Our landlord owns both of those and does have the right of way as we've established.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry, Chair.
No, that's all right. And just in the interest of fairness, I mean, we were received correspondence from the applicant or the applicant's agent, and I think there is a dispute about the right of way. I think that they say that they haven't granted a right of way, and I think that the text of the right of way says something about a statutory fire escape route, and so that begs the question: what is a statutory fire escape route? So that just demonstrates that's one of the reasons we don't get into issues of private rights. That's the domain of private law. We're looking solely at whether this is acceptable in planning terms, and that's essentially appearance and use. Thank you both very much indeed. Unless there are any further questions, we will move on to discuss this with officers. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Taylor, I'm going to start off, if I may. This troubles me, this application from an aesthetic and heritage perspective. I'm highly conscious that this is a conservation area. This is a beautiful old mews, as we've heard, with a listed arch at one end being the entrance to the mews, and this was presumably an exit or another entrance to the mews at one stage historically. And it does strike me that if we were faced here with an application to block up a door, say, or block up a window on a house, we'd be looking at this very carefully indeed and saying that that would cause harm to the building from an aesthetic and planning perspective, and probably would make a negative contribution to the conservation area as a whole. So I'm unclear as to why, just because these gates are possibly not used as often as, say, the front door of a house or possibly a window, that it might seem acceptable in planning terms, according to the officer's report, to replace these attractive doors with a brick wall. So I'd be grateful for your comments on that, please.
Well, Chairman, I mean, that's obviously the right way to assess it. It's a comparison between the contribution that the gates make to the character and appearance of the mews, against a comparison with the contribution that the proposed wall would make. I think it's quite a difficult one. I think the recommendation in the report is on balance, because the report before you is not suggesting that the gates are in any way harmful or inappropriate. To be honest, I agree with Mr. Irons. I quite like the gates. The report concludes that with its recommendation to grant, on the basis that even if one has a preference for the gates, a stock brick wall to match the existing prevailing brick would also be an acceptable way to terminate a mews. I think that the decision for the committee is obviously to decide how different they are, and even if a wall might be acceptable in principle, is it an acceptable replacement for the contribution that the present gates make? I think that's the key question.
That's helpful. Just on my point about blocking up, say, the front door of a house, I mean, I would imagine, a bit of experience of this, that planning officers would look very carefully indeed at such proposals. So why are these gates different when they're in fact bigger and more? They play a greater part in defining the character of the mews.
In terms of scale, clearly these gates are much larger than a front door. On the other hand, a front door is something that you would expect to see in the front elevation of a house. I'm not sure that gates are necessarily something that you expect to see at the end of a mews. I mean, it's well, I don't know how else I could comment on that. I mean, I think the important thing is the contribution that these gates make to the character and appearance of the mews.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Other colleagues, questions to Mr. Taylor? None, it would appear. Colleagues, do we have any discussion we want to have amongst ourselves? Anyone's welcome to wade in with a view. Otherwise, we will move to a vote. Councillor Lowry.
The reason I asked the question about the aesthetic grounds is because I genuinely believe that replacing these with a brick wall would not enhance the conservation area, ignoring the legal aspects of who owns it. I think from a conservation perspective, I'm concerned. I don't think it's consistent with other advice officers have given us with regards to other applications. I think it's a bit odd that this is being recommended for approval. I am therefore, having listened to the arguments not inclined to support the proposal.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree. Could I say something?
Councillor Evans, please.
Yes, I think we have to be very careful. We're on a slippery slope here in our area, because if we go along with replacing charming aspects of our area, we really risk losing the character. And it's very important that we tread very, very slowly doing that, because we will lose a lot in the Royal Borough if we start changing things and losing the character. These are very charming, these gates, and I think it would be very sad actually to change them for no particular reason.
Well, it sounds as though there's general agreement with that view, and let's see what happens when we put it to a vote. So, colleagues, unless anyone else wants to make any comments, we'll move to a vote. The recommendation is that the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. Can I please hear from Councillor Lowry? Are you for or against? Councillor Wade?
Against.
Councillor Evans?
Against.
Councillor Bennett?
Against.
And I'm against it. The recommendation is not approved, and we therefore need to propose a motion to refuse planning permission, and we need to provide reasons that are acceptable in planning terms for that motion. Could I hear from Mr. Taylor his views on how we might go about doing that, please?
Certainly, Chairman. I think the committee discussion made it very clear as to what the reason for refusal ought to be. To put that into planning terms, I would suggest that the reason for refusal would be that to replace the existing gates by the proposed brick wall would be to replace a feature that makes a positive contribution to the character and the appearance of the Mews with development which would make a lesser contribution. And then consequently, the development would fail to preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area.
Thank you. And just for the avoidance of doubt, you're suggesting that we avoid anything to do with fire exits or escapes or rights of way, presumably?
Yes, I wouldn't recommend that as a reason for refusal. I think the applicants will be well aware of the various parts of the discussion relating to that. I mean, I don't think that it's actually necessary to even put an informative on the notice of refusal, drawing attention to that. I think the applicants will be well aware of that discussion, which would take place separately outside the planning arena. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. So I think the motion is to refuse planning permission, essentially on the basis that the proposal would fail to preserve or enhance the quality of the conservation area, or the Mews, which is part of the conservation area. Chip in if you think we need to make any changes to that, Mr. Taylor, but otherwise we will vote on that motion.
No, the key words would be failing to preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area.
Yeah, good. Thank you. So I will propose that motion. I need someone to second it.
I'll second.
It's Councillor Lowry, was it?
Yes.
Thank you. And then I will vote in favour of my own motion to refuse planning permission on that basis. Councillor Lowry?
In favour.
Councillor Wade?
In favour.
Councillor Evans?
In favour.
And Councillor Bennett?
In favour.
Well, thank you all very much. Planning permission is refused on that basis, and we move on to St Quintin Avenue. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chairman. The first slide, as you can see, is of that's the front of the property at St Quintin Avenue. Just so you can see it in context with the other houses that are typical of that part of the road. You'll see reference in the documents to 2 plane trees that are situated in the pavement outside and nearly outside the property. And you can see those in the photograph. The red arrow, as you'd expect, indicates the property itself. And that's the existing side elevation to the property. Important to note from that the fall of the land. You can see just at the right-hand side of the image, that's the pavement and part of the roadway of St Quintin Avenue. And you can see that the level of the land falls quite steadily as you proceed across to the left-hand side of the slide. And then that shows where the excavation would take place. I'll just show you the last one again. So if you look towards the front of the property at the right-hand side of the slide, that's the area where the main excavation would take place. This isn't actually the excavation of a basement level. You can see there that effectively it's a forwards extension of the lower ground floor level. It does involve new footings that you can see there in the image, but it's not actually the creation of a basement level. That's a long section, an internal section, and you can see there that the dotted line that's there running through the lower ground floor, that's the existing land level. And if you look behind it, you can see another dotted line somewhat lower down, and that shows you the existing land level inside the building at that point. And you can see there how far it would be, the lower ground floor would be deepened. And that's the front elevation, which shows how the light well would be formed in front of and beneath the existing bay window at the front. And you can see there that the depth of the light well, and again you can see the new footings that would be constructed to either side of the light well. And that's the last slide, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. And we have one objector and the applicant's agent registered to speak. First of all, we hear the objector. Mr. Price, you have 3 minutes within which to speak.
Thank you. You can all hear me? Yes, thank you. Hello, good evening. Thank you for allowing me for this time to speak. I hope everyone is safe and well. Forgive me for reading it from a script, but I suspect I won't do it as well as Mr. Irons, but I'm going to give it a go. You will have read the objections we raised at the excavation at 31 St Quintin Avenue in our response to the planning application, chief amongst which was that it has only been within the last year that we've settled subsidence issues and are concerned about new movement. I note that nonetheless, the recommendation is that permission be granted. If this does go ahead, I would like to make a request. Due to the current lockdown restrictions, which seem to stretch infinitely into the future, I would like to ask that if planning permission is indeed granted, it could be done on the proviso that work would be postponed for a year. We are all working from home and have conference meetings via Zoom, etc. I know you all know what that's like. We're actually doing it right now. Without the option of at least decamping to an office or in my particular case, a library to work when construction is at its most intense, life will become intolerable and professionally untenable. Not to mention creating stress and anxiety from being in effect trapped next to a building site while trying to live and work. In addition, heightened by the current intense and worrisome climate with mental health issues being publicly discussed up and down the country, residents in the basement and ground floor are in addition combating health issues, seriously ill parents who cannot be visited, and loss of contracts due to COVID. My worry is dealing with major construction work at this time would send the stress and anxiety levels far too high. If it is possible to delay work rather than begin during this current year, starting instead at a time when things are more certain, we would be extremely grateful. I would also ask that whenever work begins, the architects and/or construction firm undertake to make good any damage caused to the property wall, the party wall in particular, but also anywhere else throughout number 33 caused by the work. We don't wish to be unreasonable and are not against anyone making improvements to their home. It can be a worthwhile and life-enhancing thing to do, as well as add value. But the timing of this project is poor. If we could secure a delay, I think the inevitable disruption to our lives and work would be more bearable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, and well within your time. And now we have the applicant's agent, Mr. Egwavern. Forgive me if I've pronounced that wrongly.
No, it's okay. You tried. It's Egwavern. Yeah, thanks for this opportunity. Just to highlight the fact that what we are proposing is typical of properties on St. Quintin's, and there are more properties with this sort of developments than without. And so what we are proposing is not out of character. And in direct response to what the objector said, we have appointed a structural engineer, and he has indicated that he would do a structural assessment to determine if there's any structural damage, if there any potential structural damage to the property for number 33. And so we'll take that into consideration at construction stage. And I also noticed that he, can I just rectify one point? This is not a new basement. There's an existing basement there. We just want to lower the floor by 1 meter to increase the headroom. So it's I don't think the effect will be as severe as he thinks it will be. And even then, we'll try our best at construction stage. We plan to submit a CTMP and try to mitigate most of these concerns. And that's about all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Egwavern. Now, I'm going to ask a question, if I may. It may not be strictly a planning question, but Mr. Price raised a point about the timing of the development. And I just wondered whether you might be able to give any indication of when your clients do intend to do this dig, albeit not a full basement story. Can you help us on that?
We were hoping to commence works as soon as we can conclude on any party wall issues, which we assume would take time. But our target date was sometime in August.
Sometime in August this year. Okay.
Yes, sometime in August this year.
Who knows? We may still all be doing Zoom meetings in August. I hope not. That's helpful to know. I mean, just out of interest, if the committee were minded to grant what's proposed here, is there any scope for pushing back the start date?
If we have no choice, we'll have to push it. But like you said, we don't know how long the stay-at-home order will be. We don't know what the future holds. No. The pandemic could last another, I hope not, could last longer than that, longer than beyond this year. So we cannot, I'm not sure if it's possible to fix a date based on when the pandemic will end, because we don't know.
It's probably rather an unfair question, but I just wanted to.
So I can't say, but we tentatively moved it to August because of the pandemic. Our initial plan was to begin immediately.
Yeah.
It's also difficult for us to commence works in the middle of this pandemic as well. So we understand that point.
It's good of you to clarify that point. So it's maybe some relief to Mr. Price to hear you say sort of in a public forum that there's no proposal to start any physical construction works until August at the earliest. But anyway, enough from me. Any questions from my colleagues to either the objector or the applicant's agent? Seems not.
Yes, I have one. One of the objectors has, I just need clarification really. It says, I have no problem with the proposed front light well, but I object to any kind of window facing number 29. Could somebody possibly clarify that? Would the agent like to clarify that?
Yes, we have a high-level window facing number 29, but that's not unusual. There are several other windows existing there, but we have positioned it in a way that it faces a blank wall, so there's no overlooking. And it's a high-level window, so it's...
Do we have an illustration of that, or a plan?
Yes,
the window.
There's a side elevation.
We may have to explore that with officers.
There it is.
So, which one do you think that the objector is?
It's the smallest window you can see there, the very smallest window, just before the staircase, preceding the stairs that goes down.
And what is that window going to be serving?
We have noted it. We've noted it as a bedroom, but I know my client is hoping to have it as a study, actually, and then the outer space would be a yoga or exercise or something. But it's for daylighting and ventilation.
All right, I've got two questions then. If that's going to be a bedroom, is that going to be enough light for the bed for a bedroom? And do we know? Are you quite sure, because it's quite difficult to see what it's facing, and why this person would be commenting? What do you think the reservations are? They must have raised it for a reason, but we can't see the mirror building to see what the problem might be.
The fact is there are other windows facing their side. This is just the smallest window there, so it's quite insignificant in my opinion. And it's a high-level window, so the options for visibility is very, very minute, and I don't think it's. I would assume that the main issue is the loss of privacy, but there are no windows facing that particular part of the wall. So we're facing, the planners ensured, because we had to move the window around, the planners ensured that we positioned it in such a way that it is facing a blank wall. So unless they then propose a new window facing this one, we can't see through anything.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wade. Right, so I think that concludes questions to the objector and applicant's agent. Thank you both very much for your time. Questions to Mr. Taylor.
I have a question.
Councillor Evans.
Yes, is there any way that we can take into account Mr. Price's request without altering the national policy right now towards construction? Can they negotiate a quiet time, at least showing some respect for the neighbor?
Well, it's an interesting question, and obviously it's not the first time this has come up with planning proposals. But the reality is that a planning permission is valid for 3 years, and the applicant has the right, once they've received permission, to decide when within the 3 years they commence implementation. What I would suggest is that party wall discussions can take many things into account, and in terms of reaching a party wall agreement, that there's no reason why that the matter of start times or working hours could not sort of be brought into the party wall discussions. I mean, obviously that doesn't mean that agreement would be reached, but it's certainly something that can be discussed under the party wall agreement.
Thank you. How would we put that into our decision?
Well, it wouldn't be in the planning decision. The Party Wall Act of 1996 sits alongside the Town Planning Act. So it's not that there could be some requirement in a planning decision to engage in such conversation.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Question from me on that theme, Mr. Taylor. Could we possibly just note one way, perhaps by an informative, that Mr. Egwavoin has said that his clients will not be commencing the work until August? Is that possible, perhaps?
Yes, I mean, an informative really can say almost anything. So an informative could remind the applicant of the, how shall I put it, of the advantages to neighbours that might result from putting off the start of works. I mean, so that informative could encourage that.
Thank you. Well, unless any of my colleagues disagree with that suggestion, perhaps we might include that as an informative so that it's written down and there's a record of the August start date.
Can I ask Mr. Taylor about the windows?
About
clearly one of the objectors was very concerned about the windows being inserted. Presumably this was done with a pre-app, was it?
Sorry, what was the?
I mean, there's these plans, because the applicant, one of the objectors says that I've noticed the room where the new light well will be is a gym playroom, but the back room in the proposed plan will be used as a bedroom. It does mean the applicant is cutting into the wall in the communal area and it sees, I have no problem with the proposed front light well, but I object to any kind of window facing number 29. So the agent said that the windows had been discussed with the planning department, but they seem to be all over the place for a starter.
Well, in fact, there's if you look at the existing side elevation, which I'm showing there, and then you compare that with the proposed side elevation, the only change is literally that one window. All the other windows there are as existing, so that's the existing. And the proposed, you can see there the proposed window. So it's only one window. There were discussions with officers as to whether that window would cause a harm. I mean, I think that the conclusion is quite clear, which is that, as the applicant was saying, to have a high-level window in that position simply wouldn't cause any planning harm. It wouldn't be overlooking anything. Indeed, actually gaining views out of it would not be easy. It would simply allow some light into that room. But if you compare that to the existing windows, that there is already obviously a high degree of overlooking from existing windows, and to have that additional high-level window down at that level simply wouldn't materially add to any existing overlooking that could take place.
And if enough light for
Thank you very much.
Window, a habitable room.
Yes, because they benefit from the light well at the front as well, so that there would be enough light and ventilation for a room there.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Councillor Wade. I think we will move to a vote on the recommendation, unless anyone wants to discuss it further. The recommendation is the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report, plus my informative about the August commencement date. And could I hear, please, from Councillor Wade? Councillor Wade, are you in favour of the recommendation?
Abstaining.
Councillor Lowry?
Against.
Councillor Evans? Councillor
Sorry,
Evans.
can you repeat that again, please?
So the recommendation is that the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of the report, plus the informative about commencement of work in August.
I agree.
Are you in favour? You
I am
agree?
in favour to grant, yes.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Bennett?
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour. So planning permission is granted, basis of 3 in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention. Thank you very much. We now move to Astwood Mews. And this is Mrs. Ray, is it?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Excuse me 1 minute, Chair. I think I may have to recuse myself. I wanted to ask your opinion on that.
Ah, okay.
It
Why?
is my ward, and however, I have not made a decision yet. I have not come to a pre-decision on this.
It's simply on the basis that it's in your ward.
Correct.
I would say you do not need to recuse yourself as long as you're able to make a fair and impartial decision and you haven't predetermined it.
No, I have not.
Officers, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Fletcher, I should say.
Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. We'll proceed with Councillor Evans included.
Thank you, Chairman. So firstly, I'd like to draw members' attention to a couple of late representations we received. So the first of these was sent earlier today and was a letter from a party wall surveyor that had been sent to some of the neighbours. And this just highlighted the concerns neighbours had about how the refurbishment could impact on neighbouring properties. And in response to that, I did speak to the person that circulated that, and I suggested we could add our standard party wall informative to any decision. So that would form part of the recommendation for you this evening, the same as included in the pack, plus an additional informative, just reminding the applicant of their duties under the Party Wall Act that we often add to basement permissions or particularly large developments. So I thought that may be helpful. The second further comment was addressing concerns already submitted. So we circulated that one later. I think it was about 5 o'clock. Members would have received that. So it's just to draw your attention to them, and because they were circulated late.
Yes, thank you. I noted them.
Great, thank you. Moving on to the slides, just want to show you some site photographs of Morgan's Motors, which is where the appeal site relates. The building isn't listed, so the internal alterations do not require planning permission. So planning permission is only being sought for the new timber doors that are proposed, and I'll show you those on the slides now. The site location plan, as you can see, it's Morgan's Motors on Astwood Mews. And the existing elevations, you can see the existing doors, they've got quite an eclectic design, so slightly different across all of the properties. And what they're seeking to do is change those doors to timber doors with thick framing, which we as officers believe are appropriate for the Mews style and design. This is just an additional detail of the proposed doors, again, which officers have said in the report preserves the character and appearance of the Courtfield Conservation Area. And this is just a visual showing the finish that they have demonstrated. That our recommendation is to grant, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ray. And then we have registered speakers, 2 objectors and the applicant's agent. First, well, in whichever order you choose, Mr. Andriopoulos and Mrs. Heffron. You have 3 minutes shared between you when you're ready, please.
Replacement of the garage doors, asks the applicant, Morgan Motors. The submitted drawings reveal a premier automobile showroom and dealership, very different from the incumbents VW Monaco and their car service and repairs. Where will this lead? Off the street window shopping and visitors after hours at any time of the day and night? While security-aware residents are wondering what is happening under our windows? Extended opening hours on Saturdays and Sundays as practiced by so many dealerships to bring the business in? evening and out-of-hours promotional events, additional visitors parking and causing traffic congestion while attending a sales appointment, increased fumes and pollution from Morgan cars with their big revving engines and exhausts. Kensington and Chelsea are accustomed to the upmarket brands, as one can see opposite South Ken, Ferrari on the Old Brompton Road, and the Mercedes dealership. Wouldn't such premier car dealerships be better suited on the high street with far greater visibility and modern premises, rather than be embedded and concealed in a residential Mews cul-de-sac and being a nuisance to residents and families? What lies behind these new doors? The new London Morgan showroom and dealership. 14 written objections, including myself. We all object. Jane Heffern.
Shall I just proceed?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Okay. We object to the doors being changed if that means a further development, as outlined in the earlier planning application, leads to intensification of a car business with unneighborly hours of operation. This would cause a loss of amenity for the residents of this Mews, who presently have quiet nights, weekends, and bank holidays. We risk loss of peace and safety, which constitutes an unacceptable degradation of our living conditions. So we request a planning condition to limit hours of operation of this new proposed business. I am not alone. I have here email support from more than half the residents of Astwood Mews. To remind, the Mews is occupied by families with children, infant to teenager. There is no sidewalk, and there is only one way in and out of this charming Mews. A business to show and sell cars may wish to operate outside of present hours that are allowed to the other businesses. Residents would face noise of revving engines and emissions of toxic fumes, children playing and pedestrians walking endangered by traffic, sleep possibly disrupted by out-of-hours deliveries or machinery, strangers coming and going, parking, clutter, not to mention difficulty of emergency services getting in and out. The business
You're not over your time, I'm afraid, Mrs. Heffron.
You have allowed a lot of extra time to other people. I will make one concluding statement. We ask the council to commit now and in future to limiting the hours of operation and road use by the prospective business. We might then lift objections and welcome a neighborly new business to our beautiful Mews. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for your helpful comments. And we now move to the committee asking questions. No, I beg your pardon. No, we don't. We hear from Mr. Giles, the applicant's agent. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. This application seeks planning permission for the restoration of the front facades of units 5 to 8 in Astwood Mews, 5 to 9 in Astwood Mews, namely the replacement of the timber doors with new timber doors. As clarified in the officer's report, the proposals relate to external alterations only, and no change of use of the site is proposed. Morgan Motors, as the applicant, is a long-standing and established existing business in the Mews, and the nature of the use will not change as a result of this application, nor will the opening hours or operation of the site. The design of the doors follows pre-application engagement with the council, where officers were supportive of the scheme subject to detailed design changes to the detail of the doors, which we provided in this current application. The doors of the units will be replaced as they are currently in a poor state of repair and have exceeded their service life. The new doors have been designed to be in keeping with the character of the Mews as a conservation area. Morgan Motors is a responsible operator and is keen to maintain a good relationship with all neighbouring occupiers. The staff at Morgan Motors will be happy to speak to neighbours about any concerns that arise during the construction works or afterwards. The architect team are also fully aware of the council's code of construction practice, and the proposed works will be carried out in full accordance with this guidance. The new doors will improve the appearance of the Muse units, enhance the wider Courtfield conservation area, and support the occupant business in what are at present challenging times. We hope that the committee will support this application, and thank you for your time.
Very much indeed, Mr. Giles. That's very helpful. And we now move to questions from colleagues on the committee to either the objectors or the applicant. I'd just make one initial observation to the objectors, and that is to say that you both focused on what might happen as a result of this sort of mission creep of these doors being changed, and then moving on to something that's not applied for in this current application. We do just have to bear in mind that this application before us is simply for the restoration of exterior and replacement of garage doors. So it's very limited in what's being applied for. So we'll get onto that subject further, I'm sure, in the discussion. Councillor Evans, did you want to ask a question?
Well, you made a very good point. So I think that the question of the hours of the garage is not anything that we can negotiate here, is it?
I agree.
Yes, because everything is speculative at this point.
Yeah, we'll get officers' confirmation on that, but that's my view.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Colleagues, any questions to any of the speakers? No. Okay. Well, thank you all very much for your time. Much appreciated. And we will now move on to discuss this with officers.
May I speak?
I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not, Mrs. Heffron. We've heard from you. So, Mr. Taylor, sorry, Mrs. Ray, we would like to just get confirmation on the point that Councillor Evans and I discussed, please.
Yes, unfortunately, we can't add a condition relating to hours of use to this permission because there's no change of use or anything similar. It's just for the change to the garage doors.
Thank you very much, as we suspected. Colleagues, any further questions to Mrs. Ray?
Yes, please.
Councillor Wade.
There have been a number of people who've asked about what can be done about protecting the broadband cables and telephone lines. That I can see would be a major problem for very many residents working at home. And also, interestingly, this is in Frederick Maida's submission, that they couldn't find any previous planning application consent for the apparent unauthorised doorway and the load-bearing wall, because there appears to be in the drawings an aperture being created. Do you know more about that? Can you give me more detail about both of those?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wade. The openings internally don't require planning permission either. So because the building isn't listed, it doesn't require listed building consent. So there will be building regulations are likely, especially if it's a load-bearing wall, to need to check it and give sign-off, whether that be the council's own inspectors or approved inspectors. So there are protections there, but planning permission in itself won't be required. With regard to the servicing and the wires and things like that, again, it doesn't really fall within the remit of planning, unfortunately. So I would guess that there are certain things I know are covered by building regulations to protect, such as like plumbing and pipework and other servicing. But the broadband itself, I don't have any information for you from a planning point of view on how we can ensure that that service is continued, other than there would be a risk, I assume, to the applicant if they were to cut or damage wires that weren't within their own ownership and their own control.
Also, the fact that, being cars and they're doing a refit, is there any, they don't appear to have applied for any extraction or anything, air conditioning, have they?
Through you, Chairman, no, there's no additional plant or anything like that requested. So the use isn't proposed to be changed at the moment. I understand there is a level of servicing and other things that go on there at the moment. So I assume that arrangements for that kind of extracting will already exist.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wade and Mrs. Ray. So unless there are any further questions,
Chairman.
Councillor Lowry.
On the aesthetic aspect, I mean, to quote the officer's paper, the unified appearance of the restored doors in terms of the colour would result in a loss of the eclectic mix of doors along this stretch, because this is quite a uniquely colourful stretch of Mews. Given that's been raised by quite a number of people, is there anything that can be done surrounding that, or are we out of options when it comes to colour, appearance?
This is a question for Mrs. Ray.
Yeah, through you, Chairman, the existing doors I think are quite eclectic and charming, but I mean the colours are similar across the main garage doors. The new proposal does give a more uniform appearance with some variation in colour to the single doors, but what the test we are looking for is whether something preserves or enhances the conservation area and whether or not it has an acceptable impact on those buildings and that immediate street scene. And the conclusion we've come to is that they do, whilst uniform and slightly different to what's proposed. We think it definitely preserves the appearance of the conservation area.
Yeah, I think we'd have a difficulty telling the applicant that they could replace the doors, but they had to paint them a particular colour to preserve the discrepancy between the colours.
I agree, and I think it may be a risk because there may be different preferences from residents as to wanting a uniform colour or wanting a difference in colour. I think the objections relate to the actual sort of design and appearance of the doors, that there's a degree of change in sort of hinges and openings and things across them.
Yeah,
that's really helpful. Thank you. And I understand. I mean, I think the most serious issues raised about this don't relate to the restoration of the of the doors. I think it's really underlying issues about the management of the business, which we can't really deal with at the committee.
Councillor Lowry makes a good point there, that as I explained at the outset, we are looking very strictly here at the proposal before us, which is the replacement of these timber doors. And for the reasons we've discussed, it seems to me as though in planning terms this is acceptable. But that's up to individual councillors to decide. The recommendation before us is that the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. Can I hear first from Councillor Wade, please?
Approve.
Approve. Councillor Lowry?
In favour.
Councillor Evans?
Abstain.
Councillor Bennett?
In favour.
And I'm in favour, so that's 4 in favour and 1 abstention, and planning permission is therefore granted. Thank you very much. And we now move to Gilston Road, and that will be Mrs. Ray.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Again, just want to draw members' attention to the addendum report. There was a correction to the report in there and an amended condition suggested. So for this application, planning permission is sought for some new gates to the front alongside a new extension. The application was deferred from the Planning Applications Committee on the 15th of December, as members then had concerns about the height of the gate and the lack of information of other gates along Gilston Road. So we've got quite a lot of detail in the report, but I just want to run through that with you. This is a photograph of the existing arrangement on site. There is some hoarding at the front there, so it doesn't give you the true impression on the photograph below, but the photograph above gives you a view looking out towards Gilston Road from inside the site. You can see the design of those gates and also importantly the height of them, because the new gates will be about 200 millimetres higher than that existing gate. On the rear elevation, this is a photograph where the rear extension is proposed. So it's on the terrace that is in the top left corner. That's where the orangery is proposed to be. And you can see on the bottom photograph, the existing kind of closet wing and lower ground floor extension. And that's the terrace that the orangery is proposed to be set upon. So turning to some photographs which the applicant has collected as a result of the deferral from the previous committee, just showing you the top left corner, the arrangement at number 28 and 30 Gilston Road, who have kind of a black metal sheeting on the back of their gates. And you can see in relation to the piers, they are almost as high as the top of that pier. The number 25 on the top right hand side has a contemporary arrangement. Number 29 is the bottom left with black sheeting, and some alterations have happened to the piers there. And number 27 on the bottom right, there's additional variation. Some other examples here, 21 to 22 of the Boltons is in the top left. Number 13 Gilston Road is the top right. Number 16, the Boltons, is the bottom left, and number 15, the Gilston, is the bottom right with again some some metal sheeting on the back. Now that just is an attempt to demonstrate that there's variation within the immediate street scene. But turning more specifically to the height, which was the main concern of the committee, we can look at the immediate example. So number 25 Gilston Road is shown in the top left image, and that height reaches 2.24 metres, which is argued as comparable to what's proposed at number 33 before you. And number 26 below, the existing gate height is at 2.35 metres, which is again comparable. And then we have two other examples, and number 27 Gilston Road at the top and number 29 Gilston Road at the bottom. So you can see the red lines sweeping across from the height to give you an indication that it is comparable in terms of the height. And then moving on to this slide, we can see an example at number 45 Gilston Road and number 18 Gilston Road. Now the existing and proposed site plan indicate that the gates are supposed to be changed, but also shows the orangery, which is still under consideration. Whilst it was the reason for deferring the report was the gates, it's important to just highlight that. This is an image of the existing boundary treatment, which the red indicates that is where will be changed, so they will be removed. And the proposed boundary treatment there, it'll be higher, and it's going to have it's proposed to have a glass backing, which I've got an image of in a second. But just showing you that existing and the proposed, showing that 200mm increase in height and the change in design. This is the proposed glass backing that's proposed rather than the black metal sheeting on other examples. And then we have some existing and proposed floor plans to show the orangery at the back on top of the terrace. You can see it in blue indicated at the bottom. And an elevation detail of that. And this is the proposed section through. I've also included this aerial image to show, it's hard to see, but there is variation to the rear of the group. So in terms of the orangery, there is no, I just want to confirm there's no direct comparison. So there's no other example of an orangery along that group that is exactly the same. However, the properties aren't uniform in appearance at the rear, and there is a real degree of change in extensions across them. So officers are of the opinion that the rear extension would still preserve the conservation area. And that concludes my presentation, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Ray. That's very helpful indeed. And we have one objector is to speak and the applicant's agent. First of all, Mr. Priday, and you have 3 minutes when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gilston Road is one of the most attractive and elegant streets in all of London, lined with beautiful detached and semi-detached villas. However, the joy of walking along this street has been greatly diminished over the past few years by the installation of extremely large and unattractive metal gates, often with a solid backing and frequently topped by spiked dog bars, which resemble a sharp spear tip. The effect of these gates is to block out the greater view of the houses behind them and spoil what should be a harmonious relationship between pavement and house. The proposed gate at 33 Gilston Road, with the dog spikes on top, will stand at 2.2 metres, or 7 feet 4 inches tall, an increase in height of 10% over what has been there for many years. There is no mention in the design and access statement as to why there is a requirement for such an increase in height. If possible, could we look at page 70 on the screen, which shows the current temporary gate put up by the builders. Sorry, page 70, and bottom left. This temporary gate has been put up by the builders and is the same height as the proposed new gate, when including the dog spikes on top. I stood this morning on the pavement in front of this temporary gate, looking up at the house, and all I could see of the property was its roof and the top floor. Everything below is completely obscured by the gate. The applicant has stated that there will be an opaque glass backing on the gate, but having seen the photograph of the proposed glass, I really do not see that this adds any merit. It would still block out the view of the house, and it is hard to judge how opaque this glass would be. In view of all this, and to perhaps ensure a fair and equitable result for the applicant and the Boltons Conservation Area, a possible solution might be that the applicant installs a new gate of the same height as has been there for many years, with a solid or glass backing, and as requested would be permitted to install dog spikes on the top. There could be no objection to this. Please, we really do not want to see any more houses in Gilston Road disfigured by tall, dispiriting gates, which are out of keeping and oppressive in relation to the beautiful houses behind them. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Priday. And now we have 3 minutes, or up to 3 minutes, of Mr. McManus, the applicant's agent.
Good evening, Chair and members. I'll look to keep this brief. My name is Rory McManus from Turley, the agent for the applicant. By way of context, our client, a local homeowner, purchased the property in 2019 and is seeking to complete the refurbishment of the property. The property itself has been vacant and not occupied for over 10 years. The proposed planning application that is before members this evening comprises 2 components. The first is a rear extension set within the rear projecting part of the main house. The proposed rear extension is modest and has been designed in the form of a conservatory. This will be built of traditional materials, namely painted wood and glass. The conservatory is set back from the existing rear projection, clearly indicating the boundary between the existing property and the new extension. The second component is the removal of the existing timber gate, car gate and timber screen behind the front bottle balustrading and its replacement with a new black painted metal sliding car gate with integral pedestrian gate. As members will be aware, the gates within the street vary in their design, their height, proportions and materials. Many of the gates are completely solid with high fencing, and many of the properties also have tall hedge planting behind low-level balustrades. The architect's design for the gate proposes to remove the back impermeable fencing to the existing balustrade, which will open up the property to the street and provide transparency. The gate itself will include semi-transparent glass. Supplementary material was prepared by the architects following the planning committee in December when the application was deferred. Although the proposed gate is marginally taller than the existing, it is considered to be more refined, less bulky, and allows a degree of permeability through. The only real difference between the height of the existing gates and the proposed gates is the finial on top. Otherwise, the main frame of the existing and proposed gates or the same height. The proposal is considered to be in keeping with the character and appearance of this conservation area. Just in relation to the other gates within Gilston Road, this is a point that was raised by members in committee in December. A particular concern was that the proposed gate would be taller than all the other gates within the street. And just to highlight, the gate is 2.26 metres to the top of the finials, and numbers 18, 26, 27 and 45 all have taller gates in place. I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. McManus. And I'm going to ask a question, if I may, of Mr. Prideaux. I hope I pronounced your name right. The question I have, the line broke up slightly just as you were saying what you would prefer to see with this gate. I think you were saying that you'd be perfectly happy with a gate that was no taller than the existing gate, but that included the frosted glass. Is that right?
Yes, I'm happy for a gate of the existing size to be installed with the dog spikes. They're not finials, they're dog spikes, as stated in the application, on top of that. So there would be a slight increase in height, and with either a solid backing or an opaque glass backing.
So it's simply the 10% increase in height that you object?
It's an increase in height, and also these horrible spikes that now seem to be prevalent on all these gates along Gilston Road. They're really menacing. You know, they would do credit to a high security prison. It really is oppressive when walking along that road, and dispiriting.
I'm sorry, I'm being a bit slow here, but what are you happy to see in terms of spikes or finials or whatever they are called?
Well, I'd rather not see anything at all. They're really a security feature more than a design feature. You know, they look really sharp and unattractive.
Yeah.
So just replace the gate with one of the existing height, and if he wants to put finials or dog spikes on top, a slight increase in height, then that would be absolutely fine.
I see. Okay, thank you very much indeed. And just a question to Mr. McManus. I mean, I do have some sympathy with the objector and others who show concern that Gilston Road is starting to look like a sort of Cape Town compound or something, and this is not very leafy, neighbourly Chelsea to have views blocked out, high security spikes on top of very large gates. Is there some scope to either do away with the dog spikes or to lower the gate?
No, I do appreciate where the objectors are coming from. It is a gate type that is quite characteristic with the area, so it is quite there's quite a few of them within Gilston Road. I really would like to point out that the main frame of the gate is the exact same height as the existing gate. So all we're really talking about is the difference between the spikes on top. Unlike some of the other gates in the street, which do have the impermeable black back painted metal, this will have extra permeability with the glazing. I'd like to point out too, in terms of the timber screen behind the existing bottle balustrading, that is being removed. So that in itself will open up the property to being better viewed from the street scene. So from the applicant's perspective, it is an improvement and it is an enhancement.
Yeah, perhaps we could just see a photograph to see what Mr. McManus is describing is being removed. Got a photograph?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, sorry to interrupt. The photographs are a bit misleading because the existing treatment has the hoarding on the front. So it's probably better to look at this image here. I'll let Mr. McManus explain.
Thank you very much. If you could explain, please, Mr. McManus. You're on mute.
Apologies, sorry. The best image to look at is the bottom one, which you can see is taken from inside the property looking out. And on the left-hand side of the gate, you'll see the timber screen behind the balustrading. So it's been removed. So if you can see from that bottom image, it is quite a solid presence within the street scene. So the removal of that will allow pedestrians walking past to view in through the balustrading.
I see. That's helpful. And then final question from me, hopefully, is about this frosted glass. This troubles me slightly. It's not something we come across very often in gates at ground floor level, certainly. I'm a bit unsure about approving something that people all over London might start, or all over the Royal Borough might start to think was a good idea. We see frosted glass from time to time on terraces, higher up buildings and things like that. But could this be excluded, possibly? Would the applicant be prepared to proceed if we were minded to grant, but we removed the proposed glass by condition?
It's certainly from the applicant's perspective, it was seen as being an improvement. They have taken the point that with many of the metal gates within the street, if it does have solid metal painted back, that it is quite dominant within the street scene. So this was their option of allowing some permeability through into the site, but still allow that privacy that they were looking for.
All right, that's helpful. We'll see what my colleagues think of that, but we'll discuss that in a minute. Thank you. Colleagues, questions to either the objector or the applicant's agent? None. Councillor Evans, I think.
Yes. To the objector, I understand his point, but the horse has already bolted. How many of the gates are in the old style anymore? I'm all for one for preserving the old style, but it looks like we're a little late for that.
Sorry, I quite agree with you. But then if you look at Tregunta Road, where people have applied to have high gates on, they've all been turned down because it would spoil the view of the houses and start a precedent. And I think in Gilston Road now, we need to make a stand and not have any more of these really high, unattractive backed gates, which are just oppressive when you walk along them. If you're walking along a solid white wall interspersed with tall black gates, often with spikes on top of them. We need to make a stand, please, now and draw a line under this.
Yes, but I agree with you. I'm just wondering if we're not a bit late, are there any of the traditional gates left?
Oh, they are. The house next door has no gates at all. It's completely as when the house was built. No gates, no tall balustrade, and it looks wonderful, immaculate. And it's a joy to behold. This will not be a joy to behold, this house with this gate in front of it.
Thank you very much. I think unless there are any further questions to either the objector or the applicant's agent, we'll move to discussing it with Mrs. Ray. And I'm going to ask Mrs. Ray a question. I always get a little bit confused about precedent in planning terms and the discussion that was just touched upon. We've got Tregunta Road, where apparently gates are being refused to avoid creation of a precedent. Here we've got arguably a precedent already in place. I understand that we're meant to consider every planning application before us on its own merits and not consider precedent, but perhaps you could address us on that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Chairman. Each case must be assessed on its own merits, so there is no such thing as precedent in planning terms. However, we have to be very mindful of context. So we look at an area or a conservation area, and we have to look at it and think, does the development proposed preserve that? Does it fit in with it? And that's what we're always looking for. So context really matters. So if you've got a run of 10 properties with black metal sheeting and high gates in that area, that context would mean a new metal gate with similar sheeting would be acceptable. So Tregunta Road is slightly different. I agree with everything that Mr. Priday has said this evening. Their gates are more open and they are lower, so we've got a better starting point to stop inappropriate gates or development down that street. Gilston Road is different because there are these examples that we've gone through of higher gates, of ones with backing, of ones with spikes at the top. So it's more challenging for us to say it's unacceptable when the environment has already changed. That doesn't mean we should accept anything. We should still be striving for high quality design like our policies require. But we just have to be mindful of the context. So it's more difficult to refuse something outright just because we don't like it, and just because we would prefer something else. I hope that is helpful.
Yeah, very helpful. Thank you. Councillor Bennett has a question for you, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Two questions actually, Mrs. Ray. The first one is there an argument that even though a number of houses have sort of full metal gates and often beyond that sort of block up their balustrades, and so as Chairman was saying earlier, sort of more like a South African style sort of gated compound community, even if sort of every single one in the street except one had that, there's still potentially a benefit to the conservation area, a public benefit of each individual house being able to see it. So by each additional one that gets boarded up is a loss of public amenity. So that's the first question. Is that a sort of reasonable argument? And secondly, I was wondering, so I know there are examples of, as I was saying, of tall gates, and some of them at least still have the gaps in between the railings, but then obviously there are also, as we saw, a couple that are sort of fully boarded up. Have we actually given planning permission for any of those, or have they just appeared? And if we do go ahead and now give planning permission, is that a step further and a carte blanche to every other house to do the same if they're minded to do so?
Yeah, thank you. Great questions. And through you, Chairman, in response to the first one, I think it is a good argument. There is still a benefit of seeing each house, and those glimpse views, you could argue, are more precious because of, a lot of the other houses have been hidden. It's not as strong an argument as you would say if they were all open and that was the established character and the established context, but definitely a reasonable thing to consider. For example, the glass that's still up on the screen, we don't have that arrangement on other properties along here. It is more common to have the black metal sheeting, and then you have to balance, which we have, is that better or is the black metal sheeting better? So that's something that members can definitely take into account. Planning permission for the gates, a lot of these are historic. So as you go through them, I haven't got any details in front of me of the permissions. But I don't think there's any recent planning permissions for this kind of arrangement. I think these are all historic, or the gates were allowed and then the sheeting applied afterwards. So but I can double check whilst we continue discussion, see if I can find anything. But the officer hasn't referred to any recent permissions at all.
Yeah, so sorry to put you on the spot on that one, but no, that's helpful. Thank you.
I should have checked, to be fair, so thank you.
Colleagues, Mrs. Ray is busy for a second. Any points that we want to discuss? I have one that we might want to discuss between us, and that is whether the frosted glass is a problem for us, and whether this application might be acceptable without it, and bearing in mind that it doesn't exist elsewhere in the street. What do people think?
So by without it, Chair, do you mean that like the top left photo in on our screens, so there'd be still views through it?
Yeah, as I understand it, the proposal is to have the sort of close railings at the bottom, as we see on the right-hand side, so the bottom third of the gates, and then above that, to have the more widely spaced railings with slightly frosted glass behind it, and then the dog spikes on top. No doubt Mrs. Ray will correct me if I've misunderstood that. It may be that the frosted glass goes all the way to the ground. I don't know, but I'm not convinced that frosted glass behind these big gates is something that we should be allowing.
You know, I would support that, and I think maintaining the views of the house is a public benefit, and so removing the frosted glass I think would be a good thing to do. I don't know whether we would also want to go further and require the height to be lower, but I'll let other members view their opinions.
Councillor Wade, you've got your hand up. I don't know if that's a new hand up, as it were.
It is in fact, Chair, a new hand. I really don't feel comfortable with the frosted glass. I think it's going to look tacky very quickly, just on a purely maintenance level. I think the clear view through the railings would be preferred, and I agree with Councillor Bennett that actually it would be nicer if they were lower.
Councillor Evans, views?
Yes, I agree. I don't think that that translucent glass will fit into the area. We need to be consistent with materials.
And would you also suggest that it would be better if the gates were fractionally lower, i.e. the same height as the existing ones?
Yes, I would.
And Councillor Lowry?
I think it would look distinctly odd if we started putting these sort of opaque frosted glasses on all our gates. I support both reviewing the height of the gate and removing that glass element altogether.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. I'm just checking while Mrs. Ray may still be busy.
Yes, no, thank you, Chairman. I have found a recent permission for the ones at 37, which we've shown, but there's no recent gates that I can see with backing, but they're still part of the established context. I'd have to do a more thorough search to confirm, definitely. But I think your point, I was listening at the same time, and I think we can definitely add a condition to get rid of the frosted backing, if that makes sense. I can do a notwithstanding the drawings that should not be applied, but lowering the height is a bit more challenging because that's kind of inbuilt as part of the design. We've also got a lot of supporting information relating to the height that we've requested. So if you were uncomfortable by the additional height, I think it would be difficult to condition unless Ms. Chung disagrees. But I think we can condition the backing, but not the height.
I rather suspected you might say that. Ms. Chung, any views?
Yes, I agree with what Mrs. Ray has said. So certainly on the back in, I think on the height of the gates, we're probably moving into territory away from conditions, and that you ought to be perhaps considering possibly refusing the application if the height is considered unacceptable tonight.
Chair, can I ask very quickly, does this refer to the entirety of the application with the orangery and everything else? Because couldn't one argue that the main part of, because obviously it's the gate which has come back to committee, so we've been very much focused on the gate tonight, but the application as a whole, couldn't one say is predominantly not about the gate? The gate's a sort of minor part of it. And then there might be more of an argument for conditioning the height. I don't know.
I like your suggestion. Ms. Chung, any views on that?
I was just going to make one suggestion. I know it's not usual practice to reintroduce the speaker, but we could potentially ask the agent whether if we put a notwithstanding condition, so notwithstanding the approved drawings, the backing shall be removed and the gate height lowered to a height no greater than the existing, they may actually, normally we would get pre-commencement agreement anyway, so it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask them in this forum with your permission, Chairman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I have seen that done before, so we could try that.
If I may, Chairman, as well, just to add to that, or another alternative could possibly be, because obviously the design of the gates that you're looking at right now have taken into account a particular height. They're obviously going to be made to order. What you could do is, notwithstanding what's shown on the approved drawings, the backing shall be removed and details of the gate shall be submitted and approved by us so that we can actually see the final design before they're installed, as opposed to requesting that they just lower it with this current design. You might want to do that so that we can actually be sure of the relationship with the piers either side and that the end product is something that would be acceptable in its appearance.
So would we also need to do that in addition to getting the applicant's agent's agreement, or instead?
Well, it wouldn't be a pre-commencement condition. So, I mean, technically you don't need to have their agreement, and they are here this evening, so they would have heard, I guess, the discussions around, or what's led to a condition if you decided to go down that particular route.
So I think you're saying that we don't need their involvement, and we can condition the removal of the frosted glass, and also add a condition requiring the design and appearance to be approved by the local planning authority. Is that right?
Yeah. So for the final design, there's two approaches depending on how you want to do it. You can either simply say in the condition the gate shall be lowered or shall be no higher than the existing gates, and even mention the actual height figure which is in the report. Or if you want to be sure that actually reducing the height of the gates, the end result, the end design is still appropriate, then yes, you would condition details of that to be submitted to us for consideration and agreement before they're installed. So there's two approaches depending on how, I guess, concerned you might be asking them to lower the height and the end result.
Okay. Colleagues, if I've understood correctly, we can condition out the frosted glass and require the overall design and appearance to return to our officers for approval. And that should still be acceptable within they should be acceptable conditions within the wider proposal that's before us tonight. Any comments, colleagues? Otherwise, we might proceed to a vote with those proposed conditions.
Sounds sensible to me, Chair.
Thank you very much. Well, given the thrust of the debate earlier on, I think it sounds as though there may be agreement to that. And so the recommendation before us is that the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report, but those are going to be amended to remove the frosted glass and to require the overall final design and appearance to be approved through the submission of drawings to our officers. Could I please see those in favour of the amended motion, amended recommendation? So first of all, Councillor Bennett.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
In favour.
Councillor Wade.
In favour.
Councillor Laurie.
In favour.
And I'm in favour. So the planning permission is granted on that basis. Thank you very much indeed. And now we move to Bassett Road, please. And with Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is a Section 73 application to amend an existing planning permission, and the amendment is to install a balcony at the rear of the property. The photograph that I'm showing you here is taken from the rear of number 91 St Mark's Road, and you can see there, if you can sort of look closely at it, right at the centre of the photograph, there is already a balcony. You can see there with the black railings. That balcony has planning permission as part of the existing scheme. If you look to the left of the existing balcony, you can see there's a corner area of flat roof, and that is where a balcony is now proposed, so that there would be two balconies, one beside the other, separated by that little outrigger of stock brick wall. From the perspective of St Mark's Road, obviously that they have one balcony already there. This one would be further away than the existing balcony, so that the distance would be greater than the existing balcony. The flip side of that is that now looking at this photograph, which is taken from number 51 Bassett Road, you can see there obviously that this balcony would be closer to 51 Bassett Road. If I go back to that photograph, you can see that the red brick bay at the rear of 51 Bassett Road towards the centre left of the photograph. And then this photograph is taken looking out from that red brick bay. The application is recommended for approval. It's acknowledged in that recommendation that clearly the balcony there would overlook 51 Bassett Road in a way that the existing balcony wouldn't do. On the other hand, there are no side windows that would be overlooked, with the exception of the bay window itself that you can see there. And the angle of view through the bay window wouldn't penetrate deep into the room. It would literally be through the window into the bay. And so on balance, it's recommended for approval. That's the last slide, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Taylor. And we have two objectors registered to speak, Mrs. Riley, Claire Riley, and Alexis de Vienne. And you have between you 3 minutes in which to address us. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Claire Riley, but tonight I speak for Anne Nightingale. She's currently unwell. She's lived at number 51 Bassett Road, the house in this picture with the bay window, for 43 years. She's now retired and she spends most of every day in her living space, mainly at the table in the bay window, which is where she takes meals and does her paperwork. And she's asked me to share 3 reasons why the proposed balcony would have a really big and unacceptable impact on her living conditions. First of all, of course, loss of privacy and greater overlooking. The development at number 49 has more than doubled the footprint of the coach house. The balcony and the flat roof now project beyond the line of the back walls of Bassett Road. Anyone on the balcony has direct line of sight into Anne's space. Please note her photos, which were shown earlier. Someone standing at the end of her balcony would be closer to her than someone on the other side of her own room. After 43 years, this is a dramatic loss of privacy. But secondly, a sense of enclosure. Whilst the proposed balcony will allow others to look into Anne's flat, the development already crowds Anne's own view outwards and makes her feel more walled in, something that any brick or glass screening would exacerbate. And thirdly, noise. Unlike the coach house's garden space, the balcony has got no walls, trees or barriers to baffle the sound, and all sound from the balcony will be additional noise. So for a year now, builders on the balcony have been looking directly into Anne's home, and she's dreading a future with people on the balcony doing the same. On her behalf, I call for a decision to refuse the additional balcony.
Thank you very much indeed. And Mr. de Vienne.
Hello, I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of 8 flats at 89 and 91 St Mark's Road, who have all submitted their objections to this proposal on the grounds of increased overlooking of their homes and the potential for additional noise disturbance in the peaceful rear gardens. Those are the reasons that the Planning Committee itself gave for refusing permission only 6 months ago. The only change has been to reduce the balcony depth from 1.9 metres to 1.7 metres, but at nearly 5 metres in length, this is still a substantial balcony. There are substantial differences between this balcony and the already approved balcony in this development. The existing balcony was built within the original building footprint in a space where there was previously a flat roof, whereas the coach house had almost doubled its footprint, and therefore the proposed balcony would be 6 metres closer to the boundary wall than the previous rear wall. The other 2 much smaller flat roof balconies in the area were also built within the footprint of the original building, and when previously the ground floor flat at 91 St Mark's Road requested a balcony beyond the original footprint permission was refused, and it was reduced to a Juliet balcony. Other flat roof balconies in the area only exist in properties with no other outdoor space, whereas the coach house already has a private garden with double French window access. For these reasons, this balcony would cross a number of existing guidelines, and the neighbours request that permission is refused.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, the applicant is not here to speak, so we will move straight on to questions to Mr. de Vienne and Mrs. Riley. Colleagues, any questions?
Yes, I have a question, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, for Mrs. Riley, this might be a slightly difficult one for you to answer, so please say if you don't feel you can answer it. But would the resident on whose behalf you're speaking, if we were minded to grant, because you said on the one hand she wouldn't want the overlooking that would exist in that balcony, but if there was screening put in, she also wouldn't appreciate the increased sense of enclosure. Which one do you think is worse to her? So sort of if we were minded to grant, would she want there to be a condition of a screening perhaps in the like the London Stop brick one that exists on the other side of that balcony?
I wish I'd asked that particular question before I came to the committee, because it's one, to be honest, I don't feel completely qualified to answer. I hesitate because the both are really important objections in the conversation when she shared with me what she wanted me to say.
Yeah, I understand. I just thought I'd ask just in case, but no, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Wade.
Ms. Riley, approximately what is the distance between the bay window and the balcony?
We think it's about 6 meters.
And what is the use of the bay window room?
It's her main living room. It's the room at the table in the bay window is where she has all her meals. It's where she has her computer. It's the thing that looks out into her own garden, and it's the place where she lives all the time. Her bedroom's at the back and her kitchen's at the side, but that's the place where she is for 90% of her waking time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, if there are no further questions, we might move to questions to Mr. Taylor. I'm going to ask a question, Mr. Taylor, if I may. It's obviously a significant concern on the part of the woman who Mrs. Riley is speaking on behalf of, about the overlooking into her drawing room through her bay window. Councillor Bennett raised the idea of a wall similar to the one between the coach house and the house beyond. I mean, I have some concerns about that. That would, to me, be a rather ugly big thing, but and would make the view rather worse. But the proposal is it not to have black railings around the balcony at the moment? Is that right?
Yes, Chairman. The proposal is to add a rail around the balcony. I mean, I would agree that the addition of a wall would obviously avoid overlooking in the direction of number 51. Mm-hmm. But I think that would be a major change to the application, and that would be something that would have to form a new application. So that could be properly consulted upon and assessed, so we'd understand then how the neighbours would react, and also we'd have more of an opportunity to decide whether in general town planning and conservation area terms a wall at the end would be a good idea. But in any event, the railings would need to be determined on their own merits, and a wall would have to be left for the applicants in a new application if that's what they thought about doing.
I should add, I don't think Councillor Bennett was suggesting it. I think he's just raising it.
No, I appreciate that.
No, sorry, I misconstrued that. But I also wanted to ask you a question about the weight that we should give to the refusal of this roof terrace in July at the Planning Applications Committee. Obviously, that committee thought it was unacceptable. How should we take that into account when deciding this?
Well, it's obviously relevant and fairly recent. The difference between them is that terrace had a depth from the inside wall out towards the edge of 1.9 meters, whereas this one they've sort of set it back behind the parapet that you see there as a depth of 1.7. So just to be clear, sorry, it was the railing. This photograph would probably illustrate it better. So the railing would be set on the inside of that parapet that you can see. You can see the coping stone. So it'd be set around the inside of that rather than on it or touching it. It's only a 200 millimeter difference, though. So you have to assess whether that would make enough difference.
And further thought I had was, there's always a concern on the part of residents that people will be out using this terrace the whole time, and that's an understandable concern. But is there some way of restricting when it's used effectively?
I'd have to answer no, because the enforceability of a restriction as to what one could use a terrace at certain hours, but not other times, it would be very difficult to enforce.
Yeah.
So the answer would be that would be an unreasonable condition for that reason.
So it would it's either really an approval or a refusal.
It's all or nothing, Chairman. Yeah.
Councillor Wade.
Sorry, Mr. Taylor.
You go first.
Mr. Taylor, is it possible to say that to prevent overlooking that an opaque screen could be put on that side?
I think, again, I'd answer that in the same way as a brick wall. I think, given the sensitivity of the boundary and the fact that we'd really need to know how the neighbours felt about the sense of enclosure aspect of that, I think, again, I'd leave that to a further application. In other words, if you consider that as it stands, the application would give rise to unacceptable overlooking, I'd leave it to the applicants to come back with some further method of trying to avoid that overlooking if they so chose to.
Thank you.
Councillor Lowry.
Thanks, Chair. I'm a bit concerned that, the only major change to this is reduction in depth from 1.9 to 1.7 meters. Correct, and the refusal that this committee gave in 2019 was that it would result in a harmful increase in loss of privacy and noise disturbance to the neighbouring occupiers at 89 and 91. I'm really failing to see how that's very, very slight reduction in depth, everything else being equal, suddenly makes this acceptable, and what's the pressure on officers to recommend this for approval? I find it just very, very odd. I don't think much has changed, which would nullify this committee's rejection. It'd be very, very out of order for us to go back on that recommendation of the committee just less than 2 years ago.
Through you, Chairman, that there's absolutely no pressure upon any decision to recommend this. It's classic matter of fact and degree. You can obviously conclude that a difference of 200 millimetres would not be sufficient to overcome the previous concerns.
Well, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Colleagues, do you want to discuss it amongst us, or should we move to vote in accordance with our individual views on the proposal before us. Anyone wish to discuss it? No. Okay. Well, the recommendation is that the committee authorises the Director of Planning in place to grant planning permission on satisfactory completion of the undertaking referred to in section 7, which is a monitoring fee, and with the conditions listed in section 10 of the report. And could I please hear from Councillor Lowry?
I'm against the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett?
I'm in favour of the recommendation, Chair.
Councillor Wade?
I'm against the recommendation.
Councillor Evans?
I'm in favour.
So we've got 2 against and 2 in favour, and I am in favour of the recommendation. So the planning permission is granted on that basis. Thank you, and we now move to number 45 Russell Road.
Thank you, Chairman.
And just to note, you may have seen the message that the objector is not here or is not attending. So carry on, Mr. Taylor.
Right, the first slide I'm showing you there is looking down into the existing rear garden to the property. You can see there that they have French doors opening into a sunken terrace, and the photograph is taken from some stairs that lead up to the higher level of the garden. And that image shows the stairs leading up to the higher level of the garden. And you can see on the existing garden level that there's a summer house or garden room that you can see there, sort of cream coloured to the top right of the image. And that's a photograph taken now from the neighbouring property looking down at the rear garden. You can see the light well or sunken terrace at the centre of the photograph. There's actually what looks like a paddling pool, inflatable paddling pool on the raised garden area. And then you can see the existing garden room with the blue door that's open there. And right, I'm trying to navigate forward the next slide, but it seems to have stuck. Right, this is a new problem that I haven't come across before. So I don't know if Anne or anyone else present knows how to skip forward to the next one.
Hi, Derek. I'm just having a look at it. It's Anne speaking. Just give us a second.
I tried to take control and do it myself, but that didn't work.
It just seems to be jammed on slide 86 for some reason.
Yes, it does. Tom, could we possibly refresh the presentation? It's going backwards, but it won't go forwards for me either.
It's the first time for everything. That's the first time I've seen this particular issue.
What number do you need?
87.
It froze on slide 86, so 87 would be the next one, yeah.
Okay, because it's moving forward when I do it. Let's see if it stops or it carries on. 1 minute. I'm on 80, 81, 82.
See if you can get to 87.
I'm 87, yes.
Right.
Beginner's luck.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, at this point then, I'll take control back and let's hope I can then advance further. So I've now taken control of the slides again. And that, as you can see, is the existing section. You can see there the existing rear extensions to the property and the sunken terrace area, and then the raised garden. And then that's the proposed section. So you can see that the sunken terrace is still there. There are now some steps leading down into a room that would be constructed beneath the rear garden. And then the garden would be reinstated above it, as you can see there with a metre of soil. And then in plan form, that's the existing garden with the garden room at the bottom right. And then that's the proposed ground floor plan. So you can see there the sunken well at the centre. And then that's the proposed garden plan. And then that's the section that shows the amount of excavation that would take place at the rear, and how the structure would be formed with the garden back on top of the top slab. That's taken from the construction method statement. And then the last slide is the CTMP, which shows a high-level conveyor that would take material out and bring material in above the pavement level. And that's the last slide, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. And as I say, Mr. Maurice Wild is not attending and not speaking. So, colleagues, we can move straight to questions to Mr. Taylor, should you have any. I have a question, Mr. Taylor. The materials that are proposed for the sort of face of the subterranean room, do you know what they are, please? Like the doors?
I don't know what the doors are, Chairman. We don't have a condition at the moment, at least, requiring the confirmation of materials for the doors, so I don't.
I see we've got a match existing.
Yeah, but that. I can't see reference in the report to the doors, Chairman.
Could we add a condition that they have to be approved by the authority?
Yep, we certainly could.
I think that might be a good idea, otherwise we might end up with plastic doors by mistake. Colleagues, if anyone disagrees, say so.
All that I'd say, Chairman, is that down at that level, although you could see the doors clearly in this image taken from the neighbours, I don't think any doors down there would be particularly prominent in the appearance of the property. So personally, I wouldn't consider the condition necessary, but that's obviously your decision.
Colleagues, any views? I think it would be a good idea.
Yep, no, I'd be in favour as well, Chair.
Thank you.
So, Chairman, would you be proposing that the doors should be in timber then?
Yeah, either in timber or that you approve the design for them.
Okay, All right, you can.
Whichever's easier, really. I don't have any strong views.
I don't know. Either are possible. So whatever your preference is.
Well, let's just say that the doors should be timber. Well, no, sorry. The only reason I hesitate is, I mean, it would be acceptable for them to be, I don't know, sort of crystal style doors if that's what the applicant wanted. But what we don't want is sort of, you know, budget conservatory doors in plastic. So I think actually my suggestion would be that they need to submit a diagram or plan of the doors for approval.
Fair enough. Okay.
Thank you. Colleagues, okay, well, the recommendation is to grant planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report, plus the condition that they have to submit details of the doors. And could I please hear from Councillor Wade?
Approve.
Councillor Laurie?
Approve.
Councillor Bennett?
Approve.
Councillor Evans?
Approve within the context.
And I'm also in favour. So thank you very much. And we move to Ladbroke Walk, where that's Mr. Taylor as well. Yep. They're all Mr. Taylor.
All the remaining ones are Mr. Taylor. Yeah. Right, this little one is, you can see there an existing flat roof at the back of the property, and if they're obviously taken in the dark for some reason, but if you look in the background, you can see that the neighbouring property has a terrace on their flat roof with a railing around it, and you can see that at the moment the application property has a flat roof with a skylight within it. And then there's a pair of inward opening French doors with a guardrail across in front of them. That's the closer up view of the neighbour's terrace. So you can see there that the neighbour's terrace doesn't actually go right out to the full projection of the roof, but it's set back from the outer edge. And then that's just another image showing the relationship of the neighbouring terrace to the applicant's door that's open in that view. And then that's the proposed plan. So it's proposed to install a railing that would nearly line up with the neighbouring terrace, set back from the outer edge, a little bit at the side, which faces their own property, and then sort of slightly further back from the outer edge, and that basically is the proposal. That's it in elevation. So that's the end of the presentation, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is that a new hand, Councillor Wade?
I'm afraid it is. I mean, I think this highlights what we raised before, which is somebody has got a Juliet balcony and then extends to, which apparently in the condition, the original condition was that they wouldn't be able to use the roof. Isn't that true? The original condition on the Juliet balcony here was that they would not be able to use the roof as a roof terrace.
Well, no. At that point, they didn't actually apply to use the roof as a terrace. I think they actually said to the neighbours that they weren't proposing a terrace at the time, but then they've obviously changed their minds.
Or they may be different people, conceivably.
They could be different people. Yeah.
We should bear that in mind. It might be new owners or new occupants.
All right.
For my part, I think it's a bit difficult for the neighbours to complain, however aggrieved they may feel that someone once said that they wouldn't use the terrace or the flat roof as a terrace when the neighbours clearly themselves, as we can see in that photograph, have a roof terrace. That's just a comment for my colleagues. Unless anyone wants to discuss it further.
Yeah, just one quick question, Chair. I was wondering, the fact that it's just slightly further out than the neighbour's terrace, does it provide any additional overlooking of other properties?
Through you, Chairman, no, that dimension really wouldn't make much difference. I think that the reason they've lined the railings up as they have is to get around their existing roof lights. That there's no other reason for it. I don't think that dimension would actually make any difference in terms of angles of view.
So the only overlooking is sort of mutual overlooking onto the neighbours.
Yes, it'd be mutual overlooking.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you.
So, unless anyone else, the recommendation is that the committee grants the planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. Could I please hear from Councillor Evans? Councillor Evans?
Sorry, I dropped here.
No, that's all right.
Yes.
Did you?
The question again. I'm sorry, my computer dropped.
No, so I was saying that we're voting on the proposal, and the recommendation is that the committee grants planning permission with the conditions in section 9.
Yes, I agree with that in the context.
Councillor Lowry?
I abstain.
Councillor Bennett?
In favour.
Councillor Wade?
Abstain.
And I am also in favour. So permission is granted on that basis. Thank you very much. And then Chepstow Place, please.
The application for 22 Chepstow Place basically proposes a single-storey policy-compliant basement underneath the property, and then a rear extension. The rear extension would be full width. I thought I'd start off with a slide just looking sort of sideways along the terrace, where you can see that there's already a variety of full width rear extensions, in this case to numbers 24, 26 and 28. So that's taken from the application property looking along in one direction. That image is actually taken from their daylight study. There would be no daylight impact, but they prepared a daylight study in any event. And it's just a good image to show on the left. That's the existing form at the rear of the building. So you can see each neighbour has a full width extension projecting sort of quite significantly into the garden. And the application property has an extension of the same projection, but they've left a sort of light well running along the side. And it's now proposed, as you can see from the right-hand image, to fill that in, leaving a smaller light well at the back, but for the greater part of it to fill in between the two neighbouring extensions. And that's the existing long section. So that's the side elevation to their existing extension that you can see there. And then that's the proposed long section with the single-storey basement now inserted beneath the building. And then you can see that that's the light well that you can see towards the left of the image, running down to provide fresh air and light down to the basement level. And then that's the proposed ground floor plan and the proposed basement plan. So you can see coloured sort of green there that they've got some sort of water feature within the base of the light well. And you can see there that there are French doors leading off the light well to the rooms on either side. And then that's the proposed roof plan, just to illustrate the photovoltaic panels and the access hatch that would be off at top roof level. And that's the last slide, Chairman.
Thank you very much. No registered objectors, 3 objections in writing, which is why we're considering this at committee. And colleagues, any questions to Mr. Taylor on this application?
Just a very quick one, Chairman. Mr. Taylor, this is just, am I right in saying this is just an infill? They're not suggesting extending out the ground floor extension any further. It didn't look like it, but I just want to double check.
That's quite correct. They're proposing to extend out basically to the point where the extension runs to at the moment. They're not encroaching any further into the garden.
Okay, so they're not sort of even by a little bit, not just sort of creeping forward.
No, they're not. It's, I must admit, all the extensions here are actually quite deep. You can see that from the image there. So I think any question of further encroachment into the garden would be highly dubious, I'd suggest. But they're not proposing that anyway.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, look at if you could go back to that previous model. The one, the image on the right-hand side, it does the extension, the infill, does seem to be proud of the building next door. And what's the assessment on that building? So impact on that?
That's the building line that their extension reaches to already. They're just running it across. The impact on the neighbouring building of that would be, I wouldn't even use the word negligible. That would have no impact on lighting or sense of enclosure to the neighbouring building.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, if no one has any further questions, the recommendation is to grant planning permission on the satisfactory completion of the Section 106 undertaking. Is it Section 106?
No, sorry, not for this one. Yes, sorry, I beg your pardon. This one does carry a Section 106, yeah.
Yeah, and with the conditions listed in Section 10. And to refuse if that hasn't been done, the Section 106 agreement hasn't been done in time. Could I please see those in favour of the proposal to grant planning permission? Councillor Wade?
Approve.
Councillor Lowry?
In favour.
Councillor Bennett?
In favour.
Councillor Evans?
In favour.
And I'm in favour, so that's approved. Thank you very much. And finally, Notting Hill Gate. Thank you, Mr. Stone.
Right, so the last application this evening proposes the retention of this roof line that you can see in the photograph, which is above the rear seating area to the restaurant on Notting Hill Gate. Planning permission was granted for the extension within which this is situated, but the extension as granted didn't have a roof light in it, and this is something that they've built. Just to give you some context, that shows the extension behind the main part of the property with the roof light inserted in the flat roof. And that image, I think, is quite useful to show the proximity at the rear of 8 and 10 Linden Gardens. You can see on the left of the photograph, that's the main rear wall to the Notting Hill Gate properties. This photograph was taken before the extension was built. So if you look to the left, you can see the tall ducts that rise up the rear elevation. And if you imagine that the extension that was granted permission is a single-storey extension down at the lower level of the light well there. And that basically just gives you the context. What I would say at the back is that it's a tight area down there, and I mean it's clear that the residents in Linden Gardens are obviously worried about both light spillage from any roof light there and also noise. the restaurant at the moment isn't operating along with all restaurants. So there's no real way of knowing sort of what the business of the restaurant would be like. The roof light in terms of light spillage, I would suggest, and this is the way the report's written as well, is that because there are a lot of other windows that all face into that light well area, light spillage from the roof light in itself is not considered to present any serious planning problem. It would be amongst many other potentially lit windows, and the scale of the roof light in itself isn't huge. On the other hand, in terms of noise, obviously it doesn't take a very large opening to emit noise from within. So I think that the key condition here is the condition recommended at the moment, requiring the roof light to be closed at 7 p.m. That the logic there is that the evening hours for a restaurant would generally, in normal times, be busier than the afternoon, perhaps, and perhaps people might be noisier in the evening. So 7 p.m. was considered a reasonable time for a cut-off, after which the roof light would have to be shut. And it's on that basis that it's recommended for approval.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, questions to Mr. Taylor, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'll ask. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll ask a quick question. Just on the light element. I mean, are we quite sure that there won't be a sort of meaningful impact on the neighbours? Seem like quite a big roof light and a lantern there, and you know, in the winter, I don't know what time the restaurant operates until, but if it's operating until 11 p.m, maybe that could be quite bright for the nearby neighbours. We could maybe consider, if that was the case, consider a condition to after sunset or whatever, then they have to cover up, have some sort of blind that goes across that stops most of the light escaping, which presumably would be no big issue for them because it'd be night time, so they wouldn't be getting any light in any case.
I think it would be possible to do that. So we'd have to consider enforceability. It would be enforceable, I would suggest. It would be reasonable, obviously, because there's a good reason behind it. I think you'd have to decide whether it was necessary. It hasn't been recommended with that condition at the moment because the roof light would obviously be set well down below the rear terrace level of Linden Gardens. And I'd have thought light disturbance to them would be more likely to come from any of the other windows there, rather than a roof light set beneath the terrace level. You can see the Linden Gardens terrace there has a wooden fence along its perimeter that would largely prevent light disturbance reaching their properties.
Is this the lantern in the photo? This is the one we're talking about. No. Sorry, I'm misunderstanding. I thought it was already built and
it is. It's this one here.
Oh, it's that one there. Okay.
Yeah. So to go back to the photograph, that the big lantern here is at the rear of Linden Gardens. And that they've obviously converted their flat roof at the back into a terrace with a fence running along the back. Then the light well to the left now has a single-story extension built down at the lower level, where you see the big ducts running down to.
Yeah.
And then the roof light would be, hazarding a guess, but it wouldn't be anywhere near as high as the windowsill. It would be somewhere beneath the larger duct that you see coming out. If you imagine a single-story extension down there.
Yeah, just so
it's below the terrace level up here.
Yeah, sort of between the two windows, presumably. The two levels of windows. Yeah. Okay, and so from the next slide is the one we're talking about, which is much more modest. Okay, well maybe a condition on on a blind might not be necessary then. Thank you for clearing that up.
Colleagues, any further comments? For my part, I think that the 7 o'clock condition is probably sufficient to police this, but open to other suggestions.
It might be a bit harsh.
The 7 o'clock condition.
Yeah.
I think it's, I mean, the least we could do. I mean, it's a shame that in these current times when restaurants don't operate, that we can't actually assess this properly because the restaurant's not actually operating, can't by law. But bearing in mind, people are going to be increasingly working from home in the future anyway. I think anything past 7 would be unreasonable. I think it's a good restriction to have in place to protect people's nights.
I would agree with Councillor Lowry, and once restaurants open up again and we have sort of more evidence, then they could always apply to extend those hours, presumably. But I think it's a good starting place.
I agree. Councillor Wade, hand's gone up.
I think taking the point about more people working from home, I think it's going to be more the impact of noise from the open thing. So I think that's the thing that I'm most concerned about. You can deal with the light if it's proven that the light is causing a problem. A blind can be installed. That's relatively easy and probably could be negotiated. But actually, noise can be a real bore, and really, especially if people have children or whatever.
So it sounds as though officers have got this about right in the report, then, in our view, and that the 7 o'clock condition is appropriate. And unless anyone has any further comments, I think we'll vote on the recommendation, which is to grant planning permission with conditions listed in section 9 of this report. And Councillor Evans.
Grant.
Councillor Bennett.
Yep, in favour, Chair.
Councillor Lowry.
In favour.
Councillor Wade.
Approve.
And I'm also in favour, so permission is granted. And thank everyone very much indeed for your forbearance, and thank you, officers, very helpful. Good night.
All right, thank you.